Hello, and good morning. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome to DIEGO C Palace. This is a morning show today on Thursday, the 20th of February. I hope you are all doing well, and thank you very much for tuning in. Pep Guardiola said last night, after the post-match difficult result for them against Real Madrid, said that he will now focus on the Premier League. Now, two things. How will other Premier League clubs respond to that? Of course, Liverpool, and also I think there's some mind games going on there. And also, what would that mean with players at Crystal Palace, with them doing so well at Crystal Palace? Will they be on the horizon of the shark, smelling, seeing? Will they go for some of the Crystal Palace players? Thank you for watching. This is DIEGO C Palace, the morning show. And if you're new to the channel, please hit like and subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. Now, where do we start? Where do we start with this one? Oh my days. We all saw the Premier League, the Champions League result last night, where Pep Guardiola, when I look at the lineup for last night, let me just quickly get that up. The moment that I saw the lineup for Pep Guardiola's, you do not want to hear that. When I saw the lineup yesterday while I was doing the watch along for Pep Guardiola's side, and there was no Jeremy Doku, there was no Kevin De Bruyne, there was no Erling Haaland starting. Also, I think Nathan Ake, I think he's also should be a start for them. I think when I saw that, I thought, it is what it is, and clearly they're looking forward to challenging, to making that deficit, of course, on Arnold Slot and the Liverpool fans and the Liverpool players. And I've always said, do not underestimate Pep Guardiola and his City side. Real talk. Right, before I go on any further, I just got to check that the sound and the view is all fine. Please help me get to 5 likes in the chat if you could. That would be wonderful. And let me just get this. Just going to check that the sound is all fine. I think that looks all right there. Ooh. There we go. I think that sounds and that looks all right. Please subscribe at DIEGO C Palace if you're new. That looks fine. I'm happy with that. Right. Yes, I say when I saw that Pep Guardiola lineup last night. Of course, last night they're out of Europe. They're out of the Champions League, and let me just get a little bit comfortable. And it finished last night 3-1 to Real Madrid. Real Madrid winning 6-3 on aggregate. And I've always paid attention to see what Pep Guardiola says after a major match like that. I mean, no doubt that the Manchester City fans and Pep Guardiola at the beginning of the season would have wanted to get to the latter stages of the Champions League. I don't think that a club like Manchester City doesn't enter a competition without wanting to win it. But because of the injuries that they incurred pre-season and at the beginning of the season, the squad in depth was affected. Team selection was affected. And as I say, when I looked at the lineup yesterday and I saw the likes of Jack Grealish, Jeremy Doku, Kevin De Bruyne, Erling Haaland, Nathan Ake, as an example, all on the bench, I thought to myself, there's a real challenge for Pep Of course, he confirmed that after the match in the post match interview, and he clearly said he will now focus on the Premier League. Now, how does that affect my Crystal Palace? There are lots of talk, no confirmation, like from the reliable sources, like from Fabrizio Romano and other good sources, Sky Sports and that. But there is talk. There is talk within the football fans community, if you like, out there, that a few players, Adam Morton, also Daniel Munoz recently as well. He's been mentioned in a few chats, and there's no secret that Pep Guardiola has always admired and respected the capabilities of Ebery Eze. Also, everybody's always after a striker, and we can all see the stats, the effort that Jean-Philippe Mateta is doing at Crystal Palace. That's just all down to, I expect, the hard grafting and working by Oliver Glasner, the coaching staff at Crystal Palace, and also all the other squad players at Crystal Palace. They are moving up towards the table, and especially on away form, they are absolutely putting themselves on the window shop. Am I worried as a Crystal Palace fan? Yes. Yes, I am. Because when a football club like Manchester City, Liverpool, if Arsenal and Manchester United get their act together, if they come calling, Barcelona has been linked with, for example, Jean-Philippe Mateta recently. Not officially, but there's talk. And so because of the efforts that the players are doing for Crystal Palace, they're making a few wavelengths out there. They are basically putting themselves on a shop window. Now at Crystal Palace, we have the best pound for pound sporting director. Of course, to you, that's Mr. Dougie Freeman. To me, that's who let the dogs out? Who? Dougie Freeman. And no doubt his in-basket will be pretty filled at the moment, thinking, oh no, what's going to happen in the next transfer window. So there's going to be players probably going and coming, going. I, as a Crystal Palace fan, I don't want to let go of none of our players, but it doesn't work like that. There's a transition of facilitating the progress and whatnot of the players in their careers, and Crystal Palace has a responsibility in that aspect. I just want to be clear, I don't know anyone at the football club, just a football fan. So I can see that as a football fan for Crystal Palace, that there is a focus on bringing in a player and investment at level and making them better as professional football players, and then selling them at a higher return of the initial investment. And but it worries me. It worries me because, as I say, there are clubs there that have clear aspirations of winning Premier League titles, and secondly, looking to get into the latter stages of the Champions League. Now, what do I think of Manchester City and their fans and their players? I think it's not long ago that they did the five. The Manchester City fans proudly go around showing the five, the Premier League title, the Champions League. They won the FA Cup, the League Cup, and also they won the World Club Championship. So that, I think that's the five trophies that they keep showing to people, rubbing it into the Liverpool fans, into the Manchester United fans, definitely, I suppose, as well. And so they'll probably want to get back to those heights. Can they do it as an outsider looking to Manchester City? Yes, because they've got one of the best managers, not just in domestic football, but in European football, in Pep Guardiola. I don't think that the gentleman has lost his mojo. He'll probably know how, with the people around him at Manchester City, to restart their rebuild. And it concerns me because, as I said earlier on, the likes of Jack Grealish, the likes of Doku, Kevin De Bruyne, Erling Haaland, They didn't make the starting lineup last night against Real Madrid. And you would have thought that those type of caliber of players, if they're like not on 80%, but if they're firing on 90 up towards 100% of fitness and skill, they will be starters for Pep Guardiola. So for me, which of those players could be looking perhaps to look for a new challenge in their careers? I think Manchester City would, if they need to make changes with the guidance and direction of Pep Guardiola, they won't think about it. They'll just do it, and that concerns me because there's a lot of talk at the moment. With there's been talk, nothing, as I said, officially between the clubs, approaches and whatnot, but there's a lot of talk at the moment out there of the likes that Daniel Munoz, Adam Walton, Ebrieze, and there's been whispers about Jean-Philippe Mateta as well. So it concerns me because when a club, as I said earlier on, like Manchester City, with aspirations of retaining the Champions League to get another trophy in the Premier League and to go into next season with a more better squad in depth. Good morning, Semic. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for tuning in. And yeah, so that could have a repercussion to Crystal Palace players, in my opinion. The second thing is, moving that page aside, going into the next page, you would have a club like Liverpool. There's been interest, talk about perhaps Mark Gahey going up there. Should they have to change the back line? I think Liverpool have got an amazing squad in depth there. But there is going to be ins and outs come the end of the season, whatnot, regardless of how well they do in the Champions League and in the Premier League. There is the back line at the moment. They started with Trent Alexander-Arnold, Ibrahim Konate, Virgil van Dijk, and Robertson as a back line, as an example. And quite frankly, I think Conor Bradley should be starting ahead of Trent Alexander-Arnold. It's just my opinion as an outsider looking into that. But if Trent Alexander goes, they're going to have to look to refill that in. If Virgil van Dijk looks like he may want a new challenge, he doesn't need to prove anything for Liverpool, I expect, and in the Premier League. But if he wants a new challenge, I expect Chelsea fans would love Virgil van Dijk and Mark Gahey as an example. So there'll be interest there. We'll know about Mark Gahey being, if he decides to leave, I think how it stands, if he decides to look at new challenges in his career, I believe Chelsea have a first look into that. So there's a lot going on. So when clubs like Liverpool, Manchester City, and now I'm mentioning Chelsea get into it, they will cause wavelengths, waves, big waves perhaps, as how they affect Crystal Palace players. Should they want to stay at Crystal Palace or look for new challenges? Good morning to Semic. I hope you're doing well. Good luck to your Galatasaray, who I think they're playing later on today. I am going to do the predictions for Galatasaray and all the other UEFA Europa League and the Conference League. I'll do that at the end of the show, this morning's show. If you're new to the channel, please help me get to 5 likes. Trying to do morning shows. I've managed to get in within the morning. Good morning to you, Semic, and to anybody else out there. Yesterday, I tried to do a morning show, and I had to postpone it. Was supposed to start yesterday's morning show at 9 o'clock, then it got postponed to 10. In the end, I started it at 7:30 in the evening. I mean, that was just terrible. So I've managed to get it in before noon. Practice makes perfect, I suppose. Good morning. Semic says, Haaland is, this is what Semic says, Haaland is ineffective against strong defenses. He's not fully fit. You've got a strong Erling Haaland. If you give service to Erling Haaland, I expect that for any centre half, any right back, or any left back, come to think about it, any opposition midfielders, defensive midfielders, they'll have their hands full with somebody like Erling Haaland up against them. It is not something I've seen him play up front at Selhurst Park. I think now 3 times live, and he's a handful. The only one of the defenders which I thought handled them exceptionally well was Joachim Anderson a few seasons ago when he was still at Crystal Palace. He had him in his pocket. I said back then and I'll say it again. A very good international Danish international, and then he was at Crystal Palace. Of course, Joachim Anderson, he's now at Fulham. And we've got at the weekend. Oh my days. Oh my days. So he'll know as well. So it's not an easy task to do, but that's Semik's opinion, and he's like, for me, yeah, I get your point. I get your point that people may say that he's ineffective, but then people that say that, does your football club, have they won the Premier League, the Champions League, the League Cup, the FA Cup, and the World Club Championship? Erling Haaland has done that in one season, if I'm not mistaken. So if your football club hasn't achieved that, of course you're entitled to your opinion, but I'm a bit old school. Unless you've done the walk and done it, well, you know what I mean? So when our Crystal Palace get into Champions League, come on, Palace, let's climb up that table. With the players that are put on the thumbnail, they're attracting attention. As an example, if Crystal Palace can replicate their away form into their home form, we should be numerically in the top 3 right now, and they know that. Oliver Glasner and the Crystal Palace players, the coaching staff at Crystal Palace, the scouts, Dougie Freeman, they know what they're capable of. They've just got to get working in training, work harder, and on match days at home, replicate that away form into the home form, and we'll climb up that table, no doubt. So that is one aspect of it. Big up to Semik. It also says, I think Guardiola has already completed his mission in Manchester City. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think he generally wants to. I think Pep Guardiola generally wants to. I'm going to quote something that what Rio Ferdinand said, and he said, "Leave your playing or your managerial," not his exact words, but Rio Ferdinand said, leave when you're at the top. The fact of the matter is, Pep Guardiola, in my opinion, doesn't need to prove anything in the Premier League. Perhaps he hasn't. I don't think he has managed a national side, so maybe that could be another step for him. Or could he be on his way back to Barcelona? Of course, he's loved and much cherished at Barcelona. So, would it be a reunion? Pep Guardiola back at Barcelona and Lionel Messi finishing his career at Barcelona. That could be a marriage made in heaven, part 2. And perhaps that could be a new challenge for him. But for him at Manchester City, I don't think Pep Guardiola is one of those coaches or managers that goes into a Premier League campaign or into a Champions League campaign just wanted to be there and to make up the numbers. I'm pretty certain that Pep Guardiola is a very determined manager and coach, and winning the trophy of their particular competition, anything less is not good enough. So I think he's still driven to carry on the legacy that he's created at Manchester City, and perhaps maybe that could be the next challenge for him to leave like a legacy similar to what Jurgen Klopp has left Arnold Slot at Liverpool, for him to further develop that legacy at Manchester City. I think the best people to answer on that, I expect, will be whether Pep Guardiola has this, if you like, the dog in him, still in him at Manchester City. I think the best people that will probably know and to answer that, it will be the Manchester City fans, the ones that have been going to Manchester City, even from back in the day, from when they used to be at the original stadium at Main Road. And I've been there. Very cold, very wet back there. But yeah, so those type of Manchester City fans, I think they'll understand where and whereabouts their manager Pep Guardiola is. Simic goes on to say, next morning, big match, Galatasaray versus Fenerbahce. Apparently a referee from another nation has been appointed. Some of them are. Are you saying this? What, some of the referees are actually close friends to the owners of, in this instance, of Hull City. Listen, what referees get up to in their own time and what they do with what friends and whatnot, I am not going into that. I mean, we're not past the watershed here in the UK, so I've got to be careful what I say. Listen, if referees are friends with club owners, I think that could be a compromise in itself. So if they are, they need to watch out, because that's it's a delicate one. I do know, and I have been aware a little bit. I don't know much about Galatasaray, but I came about Galatasaray because Wilfried Zaha, a Crystal Palace legend, went to play for them, and it worked a little bit at the beginning, but it just didn't settle down. And good luck to Wilfried Zaha. He's in the US. Saw him in his new football kit, and he's doing bits. I saw a few little training videos of him in the US. So good luck to Wilfried Zaha, a Crystal Palace legend out there, doing his thing out there. It's I don't think. Well, I don't know. I didn't realize that the football federations appointed the referees for particular matches. I would have thought that a body like here in the Premier League, the managers, PMOL, I believe that's the name of it. They appoint their referees and the schedules that they have domestically. So if you're saying that the league in Turkey, I suppose, Fenerbahce and Galatasaray, which they're involved, if the football federation over there chooses the referees, I'm not aware of that. But if that sounds a bit odd, because that shouldn't. I thought it would be the Football Federation of a nation is one thing, and the organization that facilitates the organization, the development of referees within a country. I would have thought that there's two separate things there. There'll be links between them, but it'll be two separate things. But if you're saying that the league in Turkey actually decide what referees play or not, I don't know. But if that's the case, it doesn't sound right, because normally there's two organizations there that need to be in a way a little bit independent of each other. But I could be wrong. Maybe they do things over in Turkey differently. And Galatasaray is 6 points ahead, and the referee Semic doesn't like anyone who happens to have a cup of tea or a croissant with the owner of Fenerbahce, who apparently is the co-owner of Hull City. Hull City fans out there, they should know about that. Real talk. I mean, for me, the owner of Galatasaray or Fenerbahce, I have no idea. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, so I'm not sure how. I mean, we've got a majority holder at Crystal Palace. He owns stakes in other football clubs, but it's not as simple as to bring clubs there and thereabouts. They issued a statement saying that the referee should not be appointed. There are many high-profile referees available, but federations listens to Fenerbahce. All right, so then basically there's a political football, from what I'm hearing from Semic, between the Football Federation in Turkey and the two main clubs there, which I do believe are Galatasaray and Fenerbahce. And there is someone is pulling the strings, and someone may not be pulling the strings. And so there's something going on in there in the background. And but I think they'll all have to be doing the rules in respect to UEFA rules and FIFA rules, I would expect, over there. So just as everybody else does here in the Premier League, the FA and the referees body, which appoint the referees there. But I'm sure if there's a compromise, I will say, in the Turkish league appointing referees. I would have thought there'd be a different body doing that over there. I always think there should be the FA and then a different body looking after the referees, investment, development, and looking after their well-being, their welfare in the game. Because we do, as much as we moan about referees and the refereeing decisions, I do a bit. I'll put my hands up to that. All I ask as a Crystal Palace fan is just to have consistency in decisions made, not just by the referee on the pitch or by the assistant referees or the linos, but also the referees who are managing VAR at Stockley Park. I think if they need to be trained, investment, get them to use the technology available to them so we can have consistent in refereeing decisions in the Premier League, and I expect also in Europe. I mean, I was watching that match between who was it? Barcelona against Rayo Vallecano, and clearly Barcelona, even the commentator that was commentating in Europe in English, and they were saying this referee's got 4 decisions wrong in the first half. So 1 decision, 2 decisions wrong by an experienced referee. For me, it's something that you can let go, and we're all humans, we all make mistakes at work and all that jazz. But 4 mistakes, Barcelona, Rayo Vallecano. Rayo Vallecano should have gone in at halftime 1 goal up, but the decisions by the referee, even the commentator, when the commentators are just saying that's wrong, he does, and then they have to backtrack, and that tells me that Barcelona has a major influence in what not goes and what lands in La Liga, and perhaps Semic is onto that with Galatasaray and Fenerbahce there. Right, back to the story. Back to the Maldives. But big up to you, Semic, for dropping in. And I'll reply to you with a little. How'd you do these? How'd you do this? I can hear that he's a bit, a bit frustrated there. I don't know if I've got any other faces. I can't find any ones there. But big up to Semic. There, I'll reply to you. He's not happy with the referee choosing. But back to the Maldives show. Yeah, so Pep Guardiola has last night, after that difficult result for the City fans, for the City players, and for him and his staff, I expect, saying that now he's respectful of what Real Madrid has done to his team over 2 legs. He's now going to be focusing on the Premier League. I think that was a message not to the media, not to anyone, but only to Arne Slot, the Liverpool manager. I expect Liverpool fans will be looking at that and listening to the undertone of that message. It's quite simple. Pep Guardiola saying the white shark, the great white shark of Manchester City, is on the loose, and we're going for that Premier League title. There's a deficit in the Premier League title. If I look at the table, I think it's 13 or 14 points. City are on 44 points, and Liverpool are on 61 points. So that's 10. Let's get. Oh no, but that's, you can't really look at it that way, because Manchester City have played a game less than Liverpool because they drew against Aston Villa. So there you go. So they, on the night when Liverpool dropped 2 points and Manchester City, the manager, to have not the narrative of that of the headlines the next morning, they've gone out of Real Madrid. His primary job is to protect his players, and says, right, this is our challenge now. This is what we're focused on. And him saying to the post-match interview, they're saying, his Champions League campaign is over. He didn't say that, of course, but he did say, we're going to focus, not his exact words, but we're going to focus on the Premier League title. That's a message directly to the Liverpool fans and to Arne Slot. If you put on a piece of paper what Pep Guardiola has done, achievements as a coach, as a manager, on a piece of paper, put it on the table, and you do the same for what Arne Slot, there's no comparison. I'm sure Arnold Slot is a good coach and a manager. The tables don't lie. Top of the Premier League and top of the Champions League and getting out of that qualifying group stage. That speaks for itself. The question is, which one of these two managers have been challenged more, have more experience in the game, and clearly Pep Guardiola is on a different level to Arnold Slot. At Liverpool, Arnold Slot, I've said it before, and it's not a dig at the Liverpool fans. It's not me trying to stir anything up. It's the fact of the matter is Arnold Slot has not been challenged with the volumes of injuries like Pep Guardiola had to endure. I don't feel sorry for Man City fans and Pep Guardiola and their ownership. I'm just pointing that out. But Arnold Slot has not had to deal with players getting. He's not had to deal with one or two or three players that are key to his starting lineup being injured, and he's also not had to deal with going into the transfer window and getting in replacements and starting a rebuild. Why not? Because he's inherited an amazing football legacy from Jurgen Klopp, and he's just adding his own seasoning to the sauce there. I expect as a coach and as a manager, but you got to give the man credit because his table is at the top of the Premier League. But he's 16 points. The deficit is 16 points the way I read it. But of course, Manchester City have played one match less. Who they got next? Let's have a look. Oh my days. They've got Liverpool on Sunday, 4:30 kickoff. There you go. There you go. That's why I'm talking about it. I wasn't even thinking that far. And there you go. What Pep Guardiola said last night after the post-match interview with the media, having lost to Real Madrid over 2 legs, his point of view has been to say, we're going for that Premier League title. In essence, what he's saying is it's an undertone message directly at those Liverpool fans out there, at Arnold Slot. It says, oh, we're coming for you. We're coming for you. And I've always said, do not underestimate Pep Guardiola and the squad in depth that they have in situ at the moment, even with the players that are injured. Doku, Jeremy Doku, Erling Haaland, Kevin De Bruyne, Jack Grealish, Ake. If he can get those players, at the moment, I think they're on the pitch over 90 minutes, they're probably firing at 45%, not even 0.5% of their capabilities in strength, in fitness, and in capabilities working as a starting 11. If those players that I've just mentioned are starting for City, there's a good possibility that Manchester City could halve the deficit that they have at present against the Liverpool fans and the Liverpool manager Arne Slot. That message that he said last night, that was directed at the Liverpool fans and Arne Slot. Make no mistake about it. And what do I say? What do I say now? I've just double checked it. I didn't know, but now I do know. Is Manchester City are facing Liverpool at the Etihad on Liverpool. And I can guarantee you that if Jack Grealish comes back to more or less 70%, 80% fitness, he'll probably start against Liverpool. Kevin De Bruyne will start against Liverpool. Erling Haaland will start against Liverpool. And not sure if Doku's ready to return, but if he's fully fit, he'll probably start for Pep Guardiola. So that's 4 players that not sure if Ake will probably start, but even him. So there's 5 players that I reckon he will play against the Liverpool midfield of Gravenberch, McAllister. Alex McAllister got a few knocks in the last match. I think the referee, normally I say that Liverpool get all the decisions, but the referee, I think he could have awarded a few yellow cards to the Aston Villa players on some of the tackles that Alex McAllister actually received. Some of them he was like saying, look, I'm putting my face back together here, ref. Did you not see that foul? So little things like that. But it is what it is. So that's going to be one to watch on Sunday It's Manchester City versus Liverpool. That's a 6-pointer. Now, if Manchester City thus win on Sunday, let's have a little butchers at this. And remember that the Liverpool... Oh, why do I go back to the Premier League table? Liverpool, I know, but Liverpool have played one game extra in the Premier League. But anyway, but if Manchester City does win against Liverpool on Sunday, he doesn't break it back into that should break it back in that. Then there will be 13 points behind. So it goes a long way. There's a long way still to go in the running, in my opinion. And make no mistake about it, what Pep Guardiola said after the post-match last night, I listened to it. He was sending a message to Arnold Slot and to the Liverpool fans, we're going to come for the title. Make no mistake about it. And the fact of the starting lineup of those players that I just mentioned, Ake, Grealish, Erling Haaland, Kevin De Bruyne, Jeremy Doku, they didn't start. They were all on the bench there. He was saving them. He was saving them for Sunday. I think it's a 4:30 kickoff at the Etihad. Make no mistake about it. That's what was on the mind of Pep Guardiola. And someone in the chat said that, oh, good morning, or just made it. Good morning, Steve. I hope you're well. Sorry, I've just noticed you put your comment there. I hope you're doing well. Stay safe wherever you are. Thank you very much for dropping in, Steve, RFC. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. Message. Big up to you, Steve. I hope you're well. So that's my view on that. Now, how does this Pep Guardiola situation go in saying publicly that he's going for the Premier League title? Moving aside how Liverpool fans and Arnold Slot respond to that, it's for them. It's not for me. It's for them. I've got enough baggage at Crystal Palace. Where Crystal Palace comes into it is that I keep hearing undertones and whispers and whatnot things. Undertones of messages of players like Daniel Munoz, also Adam Wharton, Ebrieze, and the last one I heard was actually Jean-Philippe Mateta, because everybody wants a striker. And there's no mistaking about it. Pep Guardiola does admire and respect the capabilities of Ebrieze. I'm surprised that he didn't come in for him at the beginning of this season. And just put that down there. Now, it will have an effect on Crystal Palace, because the way the Crystal Palace have applied themselves on away form, statistically, they are top of the Premier League in how they're performing collectively, I expect, in training and delivering results on away fixtures. We don't concede. They don't concede. So on top of that, coupled with managers like Pep Guardiola, they'll be looking at players. They need coverage for the injury of Rodri at Manchester City. The midfield is something that I think he may want to enhance, and that's why I'm thinking even perhaps Jefferson Lerma, perhaps there's been talk before Adam Wharton got injured that he was looked upon favorably by Man City fans. I've heard a few Man City fans saying that Adam Wharton is just a boy on the pitch. That is so wrong. That is so wrong. There's clearly people that have not seen the young man. He's not a young man. On the pitch, he's as cool as a cucumber. Adam Wharton on that pitch, he has a capability of, in the moment, with perhaps one or two players on his shoulder while he receives the ball, to shield the ball, to get himself into space. And more importantly, the lad can pick a pass from the midfield areas or from deep in the left or the right-hand side of the pitch. That is a cool customer. He's a cool customer on that pitch. He's got the techers. He's got the potential to go even higher. believe me, any Manchester City fans, if you think that Adam Walton is just a young lad on the pitch, he's more than that. And I'm not surprised if the likes of Pep Guardiola is keeping a little eye on that situation there. See how he responds to the treatment that he's had recently. He wants to get on the pitch. In the previous, on Palace TV, go and check out Palace TV. I have nothing to do with the football club, just a football fan, just like you. But on Palace TV, go and subscribe to it. It doesn't cost that much, but you get all the interviews. And one of the interviews there of Oliver Glasner, he clearly said that Adam Walton said to him, I'm ready. I'm like, I want to play. I want to play. But at the moment in the pivot, I believe Oliver Glasner prefers, at the moment, it can change. It can change, I expect. But he prefers Jefferson Lerma in the number 8 position and Will Hughes, just doing what Will Hughes has been doing all season. Absolutely brilliant out there. So some people may say, well, why don't you play Adam Walton and Will Smith? Will Hughes, Hughesy, Will Smith. I've got the men in black in my mind. I don't know why. Will Hughes, and so he's got to play with that. I think against Fulham it'll be Hughesy, Will Hughes, and Jefferson Lerma, and but I could be wrong. Maybe he might switch it up a bit against a very good home side form for Marco Silva at Fulham at Craven Cottage. But they're also aware that our away form, we are just a different animal, unlike what we are at Selhurst Park. Make no mistake about it. So that's going to be crucial there. But going back to the City thing, I think Pep Guardiola will also be looking at options defensively as well. It just will not surprise me in the least that if Mark Gahey is linked to Liverpool come at the end of the season, should Trent Alexander-Arnold leave and perhaps maybe Virgil van Dijk looks for a new challenge in his career elsewhere, Liverpool, I wouldn't be surprised if they look for. I think Virgil van Dijk alongside Mark Gahey, I think that could work, whether it's in a 4 or on a 3. I think that could work. But yeah, that kind of worries me. When clubs like Liverpool and Man City are looking for replacements to move players out and move players in, there's no mistake about it. Pep Guardiola, Arnold Slot, Barcelona, those type of clubs, when those clubs come calling, they don't just window shop. They come in with the security, with the bags full of money and says, listen, son, we like a bit of that. And there it goes. That's complete. No disrespect to Newcastle fans. No disrespect to Arsenal fans out there. No disrespect to Manchester United fans out there. When they get their act together, those football clubs, in the spending transfer windows, they'll be doing the same as City and as Liverpool. Make no mistake about it. That's how I see it as a Crystal Palace fan. Newcastle fans, they got a new ownership, and they must have thought in the last transfer window, they must have been thinking to themselves, we've got such much wealth in the ownership of the club, and I expect the Newcastle United fans, the real jewelries out there, they must have been thinking, are we actually going to make a bid for someone like in January? Are we going to get, like, I don't know, perhaps new catering for the match day? Something to have a nibble on, something. And they just weren't active. So perhaps they had to give all the money in re-signing and keeping Eddie Howe on a long-term contract, preventing the FA from coming in for him. I don't know. I'm going to go into the FA and Tuchel because I'm hearing whispers that Tuchel is actually working from home in Germany as the England manager. I'm so against that. I was so against of him being appointed as the England manager. I think Eddie Howe should be the England manager right now. Pound for pound, he's the best English manager that we've got out there. He's absolutely brilliant. Not because I want him to leave Newcastle without a manager. I'm just saying for real. I've said it before and I'll say it again. But I'm absolutely fuming to hear if it's true that Tuchel is working from home as the England manager, and I'm sure he's not on a small bubble, if you know what I mean. And he's working from home in Germany as the England manager, and he's just looking into my channel and listen to what I've got to say and looking on Sky TV and TNT Sports. That's well out of order. That is well out of order. And no. That's not going to end good. That's not, no, I'm not into that. I'll leave that aside because I'm absolutely fuming. If that's true, I'm absolutely fuming about that. But so yeah, so that's Newcastle situation. If they can sort out their ins and outs and the fair play, they won't be doing window shopping. They'll be coming for players. I'm sure if they wanted to have they've had an inquiry about Mark Gahey, and before they've also tried to nab the pound for pound best sporting director in Premier League and in European football, Dougie Freeman, and that didn't happen. Steve Parry said, "No, nine, it's not happening. Get out of my pub, get out of my manor," that sort of thing. And he got them shit down really. But there you go. So they're not going to be doing window shopping in Newcastle. So eventually, I think they will be competing with the likes of City and Liverpool down the road. Now that they've actually kept Eddie Howe, I would expect. Now, the other football club is Arsenal, for example. I think it's it will be an opportunity for many Crystal Palace players to perhaps jump there. I think that the Achilles heel, the problem that Arsenal have as an outsider looking in. I'm sure Mikel Arteta is a good coach, a good manager, a good human being. I'm not saying that he's not any of those three things. But the gentleman, has been there for nearly 5 years or 5 years now. And I keep saying it, over 850 million net spent over 5 years, and he hasn't won no silverware with his own players. That scenario would not happen in La Liga in Spain. It will not happen at Real Madrid, at Barcelona, or Atletico Madrid. You have to land silverware, domestically and European. And in 5 years, Mikel Arteta hasn't done that. So when I hear people in the media saying Mikel Arteta's done all these great things, I'm thinking, do you realize how much the Arsenal fans are probably paying for season tickets, number one, the ones that can get tickets? Do you realize how much they've actually spent on him on transfer fees alone since he's been there as a manager? And how many trophies has he landed with his own players? And he needs more help, more time. I think the penny will drop. We'll see how it goes in the Champions League. He may be able to land that. He may be able to land that. And the narrative will be is that for Mikel Arteta and Arsenal, is that there's such a wealth of players there that could be unlocked. I saw Ethan Nwaneri and Bukayo Saka before he got that injury at Selhurst Park. I think a lot of people underrate the capability of young players like that. I think they've not seen the best of Rice going there from West Ham, and I just think he dismantled things. Mikel Arteta at Arsenal, he's a dismantler. He's tried to bring in whatever I think they call it a process. And I'm thinking to myself, as an outsider, is that going to attract Ebrieze? Is that going to attract Mark Gahey? Is that going to attract Jean-Philippe Mateta going to Mikel Arteta's Arsenal in the next transfer window? I don't think so, because he clearly ripped it up. He threw out Aubameyang, he threw out Lacazette, he threw out Pepe, he threw him underneath the bus first, I think. Who else did he chop up? Iwobi. He had a good squad there. They inherited from Unai Emery, and he just ripped it apart. And then he says, we're gonna concentrate on the youth. Eddie Nketiah's at my Crystal Palace. He's played more football at Crystal Palace than he ever played at Arsenal, number one. Smith Rowe, who we're going to be playing against this weekend on Saturday against Fulham at Craven Cottage. He threw him underneath the bus. How many goalkeepers has he thrown underneath the bus? Although I do say Raya is a very good goalkeeper. But I'm just saying, he's ripped up and he's thrown a lot of players underneath the bus. As an outsider looking into that football club, if they were to get a manager, look what Conte's doing, for example, at Napoli, unlocking the potentials of McTominay. If you get a manager of that kind of caliber at Arsenal and you spend it right, I think that would attract some Crystal Palace players to say, do you know what? I can see something that I could be doing in the next 3 to 4 years. I like the sound of that. I might take less wages for going for a big club, maybe on the bench, sitting on the bench for Liverpool, Man City. That would be an option, I think. So we'll have to wait and see what Arsenal does, because if Mikel Arteta does land the Champions League this season, I don't think it will happen because of the vast of injuries that he's got. Look how it's affected Pep Guardiola. But we'll have to wait and see. I could be proven wrong about Mikel Arteta, but if that club gets itself sorted with a manager with a proven record of winning silverware in Europe and domestically, that Crystal Palace players I would have thought be interested in that endeavour there. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. This is a morning show. I managed to start it in the morning, just now going into in the afternoon. I'll get there one day. Also, so that's Arsenal. Another club which I think is very interesting in London, which if they get their act together in the first team, is Tottenham Hotspur. I think that's like yes, I know there's banter between Arsenal and Tottenham Spurs and all other London clubs against Tottenham Hotspur fans. But let's get real. Tottenham Hotspur, the stadium, amazing venue. I mean, oh my days, what a beautiful stadium. I know Arsenal fans won't agree with me, but it's a state-of-the-art stadium that does multi-functions, and I think it's on the budget. I think it's paid for. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it is. So the stadium gets a tick as an outsider looking into Tottenham Hotspur. What I hear and what I've heard of somebody that's got a youngster in the academy at Tottenham Hotspur, they've done really well in the academy. Good investment into the Tottenham Hotspur academy. I'm hearing good stuff there from somebody who's actually got somebody in that academy. And the third thing is the development and investment that Tottenham Hotspur have done in the women's game in their endeavour of facilities development and investment into the women's team in the WSL. I think those three things get a tick from me from Tottenham Hotspur. The only thing they've taken the eye off the ball is the first team acquisition of bringing in players and letting go players, buying smartly. And if they get their act together, I can see the likes. I keep hearing this Abrieze to Tottenham Hotspur. If they're going to get their act together and really back their manager in transfer windows, I can see perhaps an attractive option there for players like Abrieze. But as a Crystal Palace fan, I always say, if you're going to leave Crystal Palace, don't leave to another football club that's below us in the Premier League. Manchester United and Tottenham Hotspur are below us in the Premier League for a reason. Tottenham Hotspur, I think they've got a very good manager in Ange Postecoglou. They just need to get it sorted with the medical department and the scouting and the players going in and out of their football clubs. Once they get that clicking, quite frankly, why don't they just move the people that sorted out the stadium, the people that at the club that did who are working within the structure of the unders of the academy at Tottenham Hotspur, and the people that are working with the women's setup there in the infrastructure, just cross-platform, just bring them over and put them in there to lift up levels in the first team. Once they get their act together, that could be an attractive, not just financial proposition, but a project that a Crystal Palace player might be looking interested in my opinion. So that's another team. And then it comes to another big goat, well, not another big goat, the biggest goat, if you like, in London football, and that is Chelsea. Not only the only club in London to win the Champions League, I keep reminding other football fans from other teams, and I need my Crystal Palace in Champions League. I'd love to have a fixture at the Bridge, Champions League between Crystal Palace at the Bridge. Bring it on. Bring it on. I'm so ready for it. Chelsea fans out there, the real Chelsea fans out there prior the era of Abramovich, the real Chelsea fans that understand the levels of where the club should be at and what they should be challenging for. The real Chelsea fans that I'm aware of, the realists, they expect that whatever competition Chelsea enters into, they need to be landing that trophy. Similar mentality as what Jurgen Klopp had, Sir Alex Ferguson had, and obviously Pep Guardiola. And at the moment, Chelsea, do they have a good manager? I don't think so. I don't think he understands how to build with an abundance of young youth and some established players, how to put it all together. And what I said during that watch along, and I can't believe I did it. I can't believe that I did it, but I did a watch along between Brighton versus Chelsea. We all know that Chelsea lost 3-0, played them twice within 5 days and lost them. But it was not the fact that they lost to Brighton twice. It was the mannerism of how those Chelsea players lost against Brighton at the Amex. My Crystal Palace players on their travels at the Amex, it's a walk in the park. Over 1 billion net spend at Chelsea, and they couldn't get more free. They didn't have a plan B. They didn't have a plan C. So that goes to my point. Enzo Maresca, I'm sure he's a good coach, good manager, but can he actually build something with a lot of good squad depth around? If I'm not mistaken, he only had Nicholas Jackson out injured for that match, and I think he had obviously the situation with Mudryk, which I'm sure they're supporting the player off the field for that situation. But apart from that, there's so much squad depth at Chelsea that they can barely fit physically in the changing room at the bridge. Literally, there's no room in there because there's so much wealth of talent there. And Enzo Maresca did not have a plan B or a plan C. Come to think about it, the way they started that match at the Amex against Brighton, I don't think there was even a plan A. And I'm an outsider looking in. So the Chelsea fans out there will be saying to themselves, can we get somebody in that knows what they're doing, that has a plan B, plan C, as the match is progressing, as what they're looking at in training, and unlock the potentials of Madueke, of who else they've got in there? Cole Palmer, the players which I don't like because he looks like a wind-up merchant, Cucurella, but the lad has got techers. He's got capabilities, not just playing in the position that he plays. He can play in different positions, and he's as annoying as something else that I would say, but I don't want to get demonetized. But basically, they've got so much players there, and for me, I think the problem that Chelsea have is the midfield. I don't think that Caicedo gets in front of my Jefferson Lerma at my Crystal Palace. Jefferson Lerma, El Colombiano, the Colombian international midfielder, and he can play in other positions. That's another thing. I think Jefferson Lerma is miles better technically, and he has a better eye pass for the ball. Defensively and attacking as a midfielder, as a number 8, I think he'll be a vast improvement on Caicedo. He got played at the park against Brighton twice within 5 days. So that's one situation I think Chelsea need to sort out, that midfield. And at the back, Chelsea fans, I think if they were given the option of having Virgil van Dijk and Mark Gahey at the back with Reece James as a right back, with Cucurella on the left, that's making a statement. And that's just the back line. I mean, I think offensively, they've got so much talent there. But I don't think Enzo Maresca can put all that sort of stuff. Even if he had those players, he'll still mess it up. So I just had a feel. Maybe I'm wrong about him, but that's how I see it. Look, the reason why I'm saying that is just that I'm so let down. I'm not going to get back those 90 minutes that I did that watch along. I don't know why I did it. I thought that Chelsea were going to do a number over Brighton at the Amex, and it was just so bad. It was so bad, it's an understatement. Big up to Steve, RFC. He says Atletico will play Bayern if I was Atletico fan. Bayern, is that being confirmed? I thought the draw was on... of course, I believe you, Steve, because you always get it like 110% right. But I thought the draw was tomorrow at midday or something like that. But Atletico will play... Oh, I didn't read it properly. I do apologize, Steve. I did not read it again. Yeah, I know. I did not read your comment correctly. You know what? Let me take a little bit more of... I tell you what, let me have a little nibble at the bacon so I can read your comment properly. Steve RSC says in the chat, Atletico will play Real or Bayern Munich in if I was Atletico, Real will be a harder game and get past Bayern more winnable. Vincent Company up against Diego Simeone. Vincent Company up against the godfather of all managers, Ancelotti. If Vincent Company does not have 110% fully fit Harry Kane, it's an up struggle there, but it's not something. There's an amazing abundance of talent there at Bayern Munich, and that's another thing. Crystal Palace fans watching that match between Bayern Munich versus Celtic, they'll be looking at Jeffrey Schlupp. What an amazing performance, Jeffrey Schlupp. Jeffrey Schlupp, thank you very much for signing my shirt at the end of last season. Thank you, gentlemen, for doing that. Jeffrey Schlupp couldn't get into our starting 11, and there he is in the Champions League, showing the world what he can do. Crystal Palace players at Crystal Palace will be picking up the phone saying to the agent, listen, I'm loving the food, I'm loving the club, I'm loving the fans, but I ain't seen no Champions League. Do your job. That's what the Crystal Palace players might be doing, talking to their agent as we speak this morning. Yeah, or this afternoon, I should say. So that's what they're concerned about. And yeah, I'll go with that. I think Atletico Madrid, but don't underestimate Diego Simeone. He's, I think, if not, he's the highest paid manager in European football. I think so. I think Mikel Arteta is second for some reason. I don't know, but I think he's not just on the wages that Diego Simeone gets at Atletico Madrid. I don't think there's an easy game there, but I would, on squadding depth, you would have to favour Real Madrid. Make no mistake about it, they want that title again, right? So back to the Chelsea thing. If they were to get their act together, Chelsea, in my opinion, they will make a more attractive proposition. As an example, we know, cut a long story short, about Mark Gahey leaving Chelsea, going to Crystal Palace. My understanding is it's beneficial for both parties, player and both clubs, for that deal to go the other way back. I believe that's the situation. But certainly, I think Chelsea have a look into, if Mark Gahey looks to go elsewhere, I think they have a clause maybe to put something, a proposition to the player, Mark Gahey. So, but if I was Mark Gahey, not him, but if I was advising him, I'd say I wouldn't go to Chelsea if Enzo Maresca's there. Not after what's happened against Brighton. Don't go there. You've got a manager that doesn't have a plan B or plan C. But turning down a club like Chelsea, Liverpool, Manchester City, that's going to be coming around the corner for Crystal Palace. And that's why I put in the thumbnail the players that I think are linked. Jefferson Lerma is another one there. As I say, I think he's levels. Jefferson Lerma, the Colombian international midfielder, he's levels above Caicedo. Levels. Chelsea wouldn't be paying 110 mil for that. They'll be paying a lot more, which is madness, but that's how it is. Real talk. So that's it. So Chelsea get their act together. If they get a manager there that knows how to win European football and has built winning title sides, that will be an attractive proposition for players at Crystal Palace to move up another level. But at the moment, I said at the beginning of the season that Chelsea will be a little dark horse to get into the top four, and that's exactly what they're trying to do at the moment. They're there and thereabouts. What Manchester City, Bournemouth, Chelsea, and Newcastle are looking for is they're looking for both Nottingham Forest and Arsenal to just their form start to dip and just go downwards and downwards. And so that's what I would say on that one. So that's the thing. I think what's happened last night, Pep Guardiola saying in the media that he's now going for the Premier League title. That's a message directly, given the fact that he didn't start four of probably a starting lineup on Grealish, Doku, Kevin De Bruyne, Erling Haaland, just an Ake, that's five now. He's sending a dual message there to Arnold Slot. Because I get of those five players, I would say three of them will start against Liverpool. It was done for a reason, and that message is changing the narrative of not because of the fact that they're out of the Champions League. It's the job of any Premier League manager to deflect any additional pressure on the squad that he's responsible for, and to enhance and push levels in the mind and physicality in the squad that he has available. And come Liverpool at the weekend on Sunday, Manchester City versus Liverpool. You're going to see a different Manchester City than what we saw last night. Made no mistake about it. I think both of them have got vulnerabilities in set pieces, and because they press so high up, I think they can get caught out. They can get, if the right ball is played forward, a winger can get in around behind the fullbacks and cause all sorts of hell on the position. Both City and Liverpool players are capable of doing that. So it'll be interesting to see which one is able to, I think, do that the better, and also which one can defend better on set pieces. I think that they're vulnerable at the back in that perspective. What is the other one I was going to mention, and then also because I put on the thumbnail, the Crystal Palace agreement, the pound for pound best sporting director in Europe and Premier League. Who let the dogs out? Who? DIEGO Freeman there. They'll also be wary of clubs like Bournemouth, Nottingham Forest, if they want to. And Newcastle, I mentioned Newcastle, but Bournemouth and Nottingham Forest. They're kind of sneaking in there underneath the wavelength there, and make no mistake about it. Iriola and Santos, Nuno Santos, they want to finish in the top four or get that European football. And if they do land European football, they'll be looking to further enhance their squad in there and making up good opportunities, and say to the Crystal Palace players, look, how about this project here? We're going places. The other club which I haven't mentioned at the top is, of course, Aston Villa. I think Unai Emery is, in essence, he brought in some players at the beginning of the season, and some of them have been deselected, and now we're bringing in Marcus Rashford. I don't think you need to unlock Marcus Rashford. I think physicality of the play, it's already there. I think there's something in the background that has affected clearly Marcus Rashford, not only while he's played for England, but also for Manchester United. He's still a Manchester United player, of course. He's on loan to Aston Villa, but there's something in the background there that I can't put my finger on it. I guess we won't never know about that until he stops playing football and it all comes out. But there's something that's clearly affected him as a professional football player and as a human being. Something's happening. Something's jarred him. And I've always said that it is a responsibility of the player to communicate with the manager, with a member of their family, not their football agent, but a member of their family, perhaps whom they're married with, or perhaps a parent that knows him really well. And then, so I've mentioned the manager, the player has to, the player needs to talk to the manager, the one person in their family that they know really well, perhaps the person that they're married with or something like that. The medical department at the football club, they have to know everything in confidence about the player, I would say. And last of all, did I mention the manager? Basically those have to get around the player and work at the problem, not make them work the problem worse. And I think at Manchester United, even with the doctor, even with the family member and the medical person, they just couldn't work it out to make Marcus Rashford just do what he does best on the pitch. It just didn't work out. So a new challenge. And I've said it before a long time ago. I think he just needs a new challenge elsewhere, and he needs to get over the fact that he came through the Manchester United Academy and all that jazz. The years of being as a professional football player, that chapter in comparison to other professions is smaller. So you need time is ticking. Time is ticking. So we saw glimpses of Marcus Rashford down that left-hand side, cutting in um, um, against the Liverpool side there. I think he did absolutely brilliant there on that left-hand side. When they took him off, you could see the difference with Marcus Rashford not on there. And the lad that they brought in that match, what's his name? Who did he got subbed for? Marlon. Marlon came on. No, Marlon came on, and I think it's also Ramsey. I think those two have been deselected from the Champions League. Now, Marcus Rashford can play in the Champions League. So it's interesting to see how that develops there. So Aston Villa could also be in a position, should they finish in the top four, to make to present an option to a Crystal Palace player saying, look, we're in the Champions League next season, and we need you. We want you. And and our manager, it's not Mikel Arteta, it's Unai Emery. Boom, it happens. I think the fact of Arsenal having a manager like Mikel Arteta is stopping big names going anywhere near that football club. I just have a feeling as an outsider looking in, and I think the Arsenal fans, even the ones who wanted it to work with Mikel Arteta, I think the pennies dropped, especially when he blamed the design of that football in that league, in the League Cup, when he said, it was the football, the way it was flying away. I was like, do me a favour. You've had over 850 million net spend over 5 years, and you're blaming the manufacturer of a football because why your team lost and got knocked out of the League Cup. Do me a favour. I think the Arsenal fans, I think they can see through that. Certainly the Arsenal fans that have lived all their lives, or the majority of their football experiences, going to every home match and every away match from Highbury. Those Arsenal fans, they understand. The penny's dropped. If he hasn't, it probably has now on Mikel Arteta. But I could be wrong. He could land the Champions League for Arsenal. We'll time and see. The other thing I wanted to mention. Big up to you. Yes, thank you very much for the hundreds and the and the party. I hope you're all well. I'm going to do some as well there to get back at you. There you go. If you could do it, I could do it. I didn't know I could do that. Big up to Steve. He says the draw is tomorrow. Yeah, I'll try and do a watch along for that if I can. And also, we have, he says, more Premier League and Scottish Premier League next Tuesday and Wednesday. Well, let me start again. More Premier League and Scottish Premier League next Tuesday and Wednesday, and the Premier League on Thursday. Yeah, there's game after game after game. Squad in depth. It's vital. Injuries as they come in, and that's going to affect the running towards the end of the season. And make no mistake about it, I would expect Unai Emery and Arne Slot to be in Europe Champions League next season. So although Aston Villa in the table, they are, oh my God, they're in ninth, but they're on 39 points. Don't rule out Unai Emery. I think he's a very good coach and manager. Steve RC says, I hope City beat Liverpool, make the Premier League more interesting. I think you'll be wanting. I expect the Arsenal fans and Nottingham Forest would want that as well. Is that the Etihad? And you know what? What was the reverse fixture? I think Arsenal did win that. Actually, now you're talking about Arsenal. Let's see if Arteta actually beat City earlier on in the season. I think they played each other in December, if I remember rightly. No, When did Arsenal play Manchester City earlier on in the season? Was it in January? They must have played them already. There. Yes, I knew it because it was a 5-1. That's right. But then in that lineup, Mikel Arteta had he hasn't got Havertz now. Lewis Skelly, he's a good player. He's a brilliant prospect. I saw him close up. I mean, the only attacking option now for Mikel Arteta is Mikel Mourinho. Well, I'm not going to do my prediction for that match just yet, but the fact that Pep Guardiola rested Erling Haaland, Kevin De Bruyne, Jeremy Doku, Jack Grealish, and Ake. Out of those 5, as I said earlier on, I can see 3 of them starting against Liverpool. I don't know. I think that's that could even end up as a draw. I mean, they're just going to be at each other. It's going to be like a good little. It's going to have a little bit of a taste of like a grudge match, a little bit at times in that match. It's going to be interesting. I hope they got a good referee and the refereeing decision doesn't spoil the game. Not because the officials are bad people, it's because they just need to get it right on the day. Let us all be talking about the football, not what the decisions of the officiating. Season went fast, only 3 months left, but it's when the season gets interesting. Yeah, absolutely, Steve RC. I mean, it's going to get very interesting with the fixtures. What worries me is that as it progresses, as teams drop out of competition, like for example last night, Pep Guardiola making an announcement publicly that he's now respectful of what Real Madrid has done to his side, but changing that narrative of conversation, he's quickly switched it. So we're all talking, I'm talking about it. He's going for the Premier League. He's sent a clear message to the Liverpool fans. He's sending a clear message to the Liverpool players. And no doubtably, because he's got them at the weekend, he's sending Arnold Slot a message saying, it's like when before back in the day, remember when Kevin Keevan and Sir Alex Ferguson were playing mind games against each other. I would just love it. I would just love it. I would just love it if we beat him. Kevin Keegan, absolute legend when he did that. And make no mistake about it, Pep Guardiola has already started the psychological warfare, if you like. The great white shark is out, and we're coming for that title, for our title. That's what Pep Guardiola said in so many words to Arnold Slot. Now, Arnold Slot, we've seen him drop a point last night against Aston Villa. They conceded again a goal too easily. The first goal that Liverpool scored before that and afterwards, the only reason why Liverpool scored is because it was a mistake by Garcia, the winger from Aston Villa on the right. He made a defensive pass back, and with players like Mo Salah on the prowl, you cannot make those mistakes at any time on the pitch, because Mo Salah will just punish you. He will punish you day and night. I still think he's got a dodgy haircut, dodgy trim, but there you go. But he's scoring goals. He's breaking records for Liverpool. And that's another player. If he ends up leaving to Saudi League, I expect some Liverpool fans is, how do you replace Mo Salah? That's like an open question with no answer, I suppose, from Liverpool's perspective. But that will be something that they'll have to look into, because money talks, and he may want another. Liverpool wins the Champions League. These players don't have anything else to prove. Certainly, in the long term at Liverpool, they've earned the right to walk away from the club, even on a free, I would have thought. But We'll see what happens. But that's where I'm worried as a Crystal Palace fan, because they'll be looking at what squad in there, what players are at Crystal Palace are on the shop window. And I have heard a few months ago, Mark Gahey would be a good player that they may look at should Trent Alexander-Arnold leave, and then they'll shuffle it around at the back. Mark Gahey along with Virgil van Dijk, Conor Bradley, and Robertson. That's a solid back four. That's a solid back four if you ever. And then there you go. So there's going to be things there. But yeah, that message, that what Pep Guardiola said last night after the match, after Real Madrid lost, that was a message to Arnold Slot. I'm coming for you. And the deficit at the moment is 14 points. If they win against Liverpool, well, then it goes down. And they'll start nibbling. Someone in the chat at the beginning of the chat said that Erling Haaland doesn't do things against top teams. I disagree with that, because I've seen Erling Haaland being kept at bay, being worked against at my Selhurst Park. The best two defenders that I've seen him play up against Erling Haaland has been Mark Gahey and Joachim Andersen at Crystal Palace. And he's an absolute handful, and that's putting it understatement, when he's played against my Crystal Palace at Selhurst Park. I've seen it in front of me, and I'm like, how do you even defend against that? How do you prepare yourself mentally and physically? Apart, what the options? If he has more than 5 yards on you and he's run, he turns with you, and he wrong foots you, he's got you on toast. He's got you in his pocket. He's so dangerous. So it's not someone that I would underestimate. Normally people that say this because they haven't seen him play live. But of course, we've got a better striker. We've got boom, 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 Mateta's in the room. So City fans, you cannot have Jean-Philippe Mateta. Real Madrid may have Mbappe, the Ninja Turtle, but at Crystal Palace, we have a president-elect, El Monsieur, Jean-Philippe Mateta. Écoutez, mesdames et messieurs. He's not going anywhere, okay? So PSG, Nice, Lyon, Barcelona, Jean-Philippe Mateta is staying at Crystal Palace for the duration until we get into European football. Real talk, I said it with chest. Steve RSC goes on to say Haaland scored versus everyone, proved it in Dortmund. Playing in the Bundesliga is one thing, but playing in the Premier League, I think there's more to it. I think the quality of oppositions that teams face in the Bundesliga is different to what oppositions you may face in the Premier League. Different variety of opponents. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've not done my homework on the Bundesliga, I have to say. Just going to have a little nibble at this. Bit of soda bread. Now I'm going to go. Oh, 1 minute. Please hit a like and subscribe. Help me get to 5 likes if you can in the chat. And good morning, good afternoon to everyone. It's supposed to be a morning show. It's just crept into the afternoon. Now, I'm going to come into this. I've heard reports. I don't know if it's correct. You know what? I'm going to Google it just so I don't put my foot in it. But I've heard reports that Tuchel, the England manager, is actually working from home in Germany as the England manager, and it's just zooming in into the matches. Working from home. If this is true, Everybody's got it. Everyone's got it. Big up to the Daily Mail. Who's the reporter there? Let me just Ian Herbert. He's all right. He's the Daily Mail reporter. I think he's one of the early ones that broke this. He goes to say it's a disgrace. The England boss Thomas Tuchel is working from home on his fifth $5 million salary. The FA should be embarrassed. This is an article by Ian Herbert from the Daily Mail, and it's I'm absolutely fuming. When that broke a few days ago, I was absolutely fuming about it because, quite frankly, it's absolutely ridiculous. No. If you're the England manager, you commit yourself to the task in hand. And the previous interim manager that we had for England couldn't even sing the national anthem. Even the late Sven Eriksson, he found a way to sing the national anthem. And now it's reported by various news outlets there. It's absolutely shocking. Absolutely shocking. It won't let me do it. Where is it? Why won't it let me? 1 second, people. If you can, please help me get to 5 likes in the chat. I'm just going to search this. How do I go into it? Yeah, okay. I had this article. I want to read it. Too cool. There you go. I'm gonna go to another source. Talksport. Big up to Talksport. They were one of the first to break this news. Tuchel. This is reported by Alex Conrad of Talksport. Big up to Alex Conrad, and that was published yesterday, about midday. And he goes on to say Jack Wilshere has leapt to Thomas Tuchel's defence amid the new England boss controversial work from home arrangement. I mean, that's just giving me a headache before I even get to the bottom of this. Tuchel, who began his duties as England coach on the 1st of January, struck an agreement with the FA. So this has been green carded apparently by the FA that allowed him to make regular visits to see his family in Germany. There's nothing wrong with that. But the time that he's working on the job as the England manager, that has to be done here in England. As a result, Tuchel was not in the stands for any of the Carabao Cup semi-final matches, the entire third run of the FA Cup as well, and 3 Premier League weekends. No, that's just leaving a bad taste in the mouth. In total, Tuchel has attended 17 matches in England and abroad since the 1st of January. Just 17. Speaking on TalkSport Drive, co-host Andy Goldstein has gone on to say, felt Tuchel should be attending more often, especially given the German salary, which is estimated to be between 6 and 7 million. It's not 5 million. Oh, my days. However, the England international Wilshere called up to show off the back off to tell Goldstein he was off the mark with his verdict. This is in 2025, Wilshere said. He goes on to say, this is Wilshere saying, I know you're Goldstein, a little bit older than me and Darren Bent, and your reference of football is like teletext and all that. He's having a gym at them. But Thomas Tuchel will be having a big team around this. He'll have scouts. He'll have people that he trusts. Absolute. For me, I'm not even going to read the rest of it. I'm absolutely fuming. With that. I have nothing against that. That he wants to spend time with his family, but then if that's going to compromise your time, it's like what Sir Alan Sugar was saying. There's so many people working from home. How about turning up for work on time every day, like it ought to be? Hello, we're talking about 6 to 7 million pounds a year, and you've only attended 17 games. I've attended more games than him. Wish somebody would give me 6 million. Real talk. Absolutely fuming with that. Oh man, I can't believe I just did that. Oh, it's okay, I think. I just dropped the phone. Oh, wow. Please hit like and subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. It's okay. He landed on the carpet, so it should be all right. Right. What's next up? So that's my morning show. I just wanted to discuss a few players that could be linked out of Crystal Palace, given what Pep Guardiola said at the post-match interview there. And it's oh, 1 minute. Let's just have a look. Okay, so that's not good. Right, that's my take on that for the morning show. I will be back. Oh no, I haven't done my predictions. I haven't done my predictions. I've got to do my predictions. That was the whole point as well. So I hope you guys got that in my start of the morning show. It's my response to Pep Guardiola saying that he's after the Premier League title, how he affects Liverpool, other Premier League clubs, and what intel that could have an effect on possible Crystal Palace players linked to Manchester City, not just there, but also to Pep, to Liverpool, Chelsea, Tottenham, Arsenal, just to say a few, and Newcastle United I've mentioned. Right, predictions for tonight. Let's get the pen. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. And I'm just going to do my predictions now for tonight's fixtures. I intend to do oh, my head's I'm getting a little bit colder. Let me just turn you around so I get a little bit warmer. I'm going to put my cap on. Feeling a little bit chilly. Let's get a pen. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. Help me get to 2,000 subscribers. It'd be wonderful. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. Also, I want to thank everybody out there that has viewed the upload video of David Moyes, all his coaching staff, and all the Everton players' arrival at Selhurst Park. It's gone over 10,000 views, and I think it's just gone over 80 likes. So for me, that's an amazing response from all of you out there. Thank you very much for showing love on that. If you haven't seen it, do you know what? Can I actually pin it on in the channel? All right, let's learn to see if I can do it. So I should be able to, because it's my channel. I should be able to go into it. You would have thought. Let me just find out. I'm trying to learn some new stuff here. How do I open? How do I? Let's go into the channel. Your channel. Here we are. Here. So we're there. So if I go into the video itself, I should be able to copy the link and then put it in the chat. I don't know. I've never done it before. So how'd you do that? Oh, please don't do that. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. I've got the sound on. Oh my God. Talk about panic stations there. Oh my God. Let's take the sound off. Oh my days, heart attack moment. What I'm trying to do is get the link for that video that's doing really well and put it in the chat. And nearly had a heart attack. Nearly had get them for copyright. So I'm in there. So how would I copy it then? So you probably put share. Oh, copy. And then now if I go, is it as simple as that? Paste. I don't know. I'm going to find out if this is it. Right. I've just put it into the chat. So now I'm going to pretend I'm actually one of you lot. I'll just click onto it, see what happens. Oh, yeah, it does work. Damn. Okay, I've just learned something there new. Right. I now know how to copy and link. There you go. I'm going to put it in the chat. So above, please go and view, I suppose, and like, I suppose. David Moyes and his staff, players arrival at Selhurst Park. There you go. I've put that in there in the meantime, and well, there you go. I didn't know how to do that. You just copy it to the clipboard, and off it goes. Ooh. That's okay. Please keep hitting the likes. Help me get to 5 likes if you can in the chat. And if you're new, please subscribe at Diego C Palace. Right, let me just go into. Okay. How'd you open this? You won't let me. I don't know what to do here. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at Diego C Palace. I'm gonna do my predictions now. Oh, there it is. Boom. Boom. Okay, that's good. All right, that's good. All right, now I'm going to do predictions for tonight's. Now doing predictions for tonight's Europa. Is that how you call it? Europa League and Conference League. Conference. Confer. Oh Lord, I can't spell anything today. UEFA Europa. Oh, I put an E instead of an A. That's what it is. Conference. Right, there we go. I've done it. So now what I'm doing now is my predictions with the for tonight. There's oh my god, they're kicking off at like 17:45. I don't think I'm going to make that one. And if anyone has an idea which match they want me to cover, please put it in the comments. I don't know if I'm going to make it there, to be honest. I'm just going to have a little nibble at a bit of bacon. Nothing wrong with a little bit of crispy bacon. I'm not sure which match to do a watch along towards. My eyes pointing towards Roma versus Porto, but that kicks off at 5:45. Excuse me while I choke. It kind of nearly went down the wrong way. Roma versus Porto. I think that looks a good, because that's aggregate of 1-1. I was thinking of doing Fenerbahce, but they're already winning 3-0. A player which I think I might, one which I might look at is Midtjylland. They're away at Real Sociedad. There is talk at the moment. Just talk. If I can find it. How do I please hit like and subscribe at DIEGO C Palace if you are new. There is a player that's playing tonight, hopefully, for Midtjylland. Apparently, he's linked to my Crystal Palace. And the source is not too bad. It's a Danish source. And so I'm going to put it in the chat. Anyone to see. Oh, there it is. I put it in the chat. Apparently, this youngster, Francolino Dio, is 20 years old, and apparently, this is from a Danish source. Apparently, there's an interest on him. So I'm just going to do my natural search on here and see what I get. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. Help me get to how do I get? Okay, so he's 20 years old. Francolino Gludu de Jus. Let's see where he's from. He is from Basu, Guinea-Bissau. Right, so he's from Guinea-Bissau, and his current team is FC Midtjylland, and he Guyana. He's from Guyana nationality there, and he has been linked to my Crystal Palace. Did you sleep from last night? Listen, until we get big up to Damo 1168, boom, boom, boom. Until my Crystal Palace do a number over Millwall, I ain't sleeping. Listen, son, Listen, let me tell you. Let me go and show you. Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you what Crystal Palace fans have to do, and it's not an easy thing. So this is what we have to do. A little bit of a little one. Yes, you know it's only past midday, but it's my lunch break. All right, it's my lunch break, Governor. I'm on my lunch break, and what you do is you get yourself one of these with the security tag, and you help yourself to a little one of these. And until my Crystal Palace, don't worry about the security tag on that. What you have to do is what I have. Have I slipped? Have I slipped? Do me one. Do me one. Listen, our home form is so pony, as you put Monday. I mean, have you been streaming? No, I stopped. Listen, chin up to you. Just the one. Cheers. We've got to do a number over Millwall, and we've got to get over that hurdle of our home form. Real talk, chin, mates. Just the one. You're asking me if I slept. This is what I've been doing. I have to get a result over a Millwall. I mean, the season's over if we slap. You know what I mean? Cancel football. If we concede in the first 5 or 10 minutes to a dodgy refereeing decision, oh my days. I'm losing it. Yeah, chin. Listen, we have to. No, I haven't been swimming. I did. I did have a little bit of a sleep. And what I'm trying to do, Demo 1168, so what I'm trying to do is do a morning show. And yesterday I tried to do my morning show, and I scheduled it for 9 a.m., postponed it to 10 a.m., and eventually I started it actually at 7:30 in the evening. I was just shockingly late. And this morning it was the same. Trying to do this, trying to do that, you know, ducking and diving, as we do in South London. A little bit of trade here, a little bit of trade over there. If you know, you know. Do you know what I mean? I had to put up the stall, get everything into the suitcase, like in Old Fools and Horses, and leg it when certain individuals were around, sort of thing. And I managed to start today at 11:30 a.m. So it is a morning show, but it's kind of crept into the afternoon. The plan was to quickly notify people, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. Pep Guardiola, at the end of yesterday's match against Real Madrid, said, done with this Champions League. I'm going to concentrate on the Premier League title. The fact that he didn't start De Bruyne, he didn't start Erling Haaland, he didn't start Jeremy Doku, he didn't start Jack Grealish, he didn't start Ake in his lineup. He's clearly was sending a message to Arnold Slot, to the Liverpool players, and no doubtably he was sending a message to those, to those Liverpool fans who are walking around all nonchalant across everyone's manor, saying, we're going to win the title, we're going to do this, and when we drop down and we do a number 2, we're actually laying golden goose eggs. Real talk, Liverpool fans, that's what they're doing all over the shop. And that's not happening. That is not happening because Pep Guardiola has unleashed the gates in the Atlantic, and that great white shark is now on the prowl. The question is, we all know that Ebreze has caught the eye of Pep Guardiola. I've heard little whispers, little talk about Adam Walton being linked up to fill the squad in depth at Pep Guardiola. I've also heard this week Daniel Munoz, apparently they might be looking at him a little bit up there as well. And so it's going to open it up, and it's going to be more information going on. So when clubs like City, Liverpool, if Chelsea get their act together with a decent manager, the same with Arsenal, they were to appoint a decent manager. Some of our great players, they're going to be linked to that, in my opinion, because of the great work that Oliver Glasner's doing with the staff, with the players there, certainly on our away trips. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again: the way to overcome our depleted home form at Selhurst Park, it's simples. Get a brown envelope, stack it with loads of notes, put a tongue in there. A ton of notes. If you know what the value of a ton, just put it in there. Go in there, ring the doorbell at Selhurst Park at midnight. give that brown envelope to the caretaker at Selhurst Park. I don't know anyone, and I'm not after 10% or 15%. I'm more of a 35%. So if you know, you know, 35%. All right, some people out there are 20%. I'm 35% stake. Do you know what I mean? But give the caretaker that brown envelope with a ton of notes and ask the caretaker to swap the sign that says home players with their away players, and simply with the Black and Decker, just swap them around. And when the Crystal Palace go in there for the Millwall match, they would actually change in the away changing room at Selhurst Park. Bish bash bosh, job done, and we'll all be boom, boom, boom. Mateta's in the room. I want to go from Mateta. I want to go from Eddie Nketiah. I want to go from every Romanese. Damn it, I want to go from Alisson Pete scoring against the Millwall. 5-0. That's right. I want even the Crystal Palace mascots scoring 5 goals against Millwall. Real talk. Hope you're all right, Tabo 1168. Real talk. It's not gone past 2 o'clock and I'm already on a fine malt. It's just a one. It's just a one. Please hit a like. I just got a message there. Thank you for that message there. Just received. Right, now I'm going to do my predictions for this evening. What am I doing here? Apparently, Damo 1168. Apparently, Crystal Palace are linked with a youngster, 20-year-old Bissau Guyana footballer. Bissau Guyana footballer. His name is Francolino DIEGO. And apparently, as I put in the chat there, Leicester City, Ruud van Nistelrooy and other people have a little eyeball on him. The source is a good source. It's from Denmark, so take it with a pinch of salt, as it were. No one has really confirmed that. Nothing between clubs negotiating, but usually that comes about because a reporter has seen a scout, possibly from Crystal Palace and from Leicester City, doing the job and going abroad and watching the lad play football. Unlike Thomas Tuchel, who is the England manager and is working from Germany and is watching the England games. He didn't go to any of their League Cups or any of their FA Cup, I don't think, ties. I've actually been to more matches and I'm not getting paid £6 million by the FA. I leave it there because I'm absolutely fuming with that. Absolutely fuming with that. But apparently we're linked up to this young player. I'm trying to read what position it is. And he's playing tonight. He looks like he'll be playing tonight for Midtjylland. So I might do the watch along to that one just to keep an eye on, see what this young man can do. If you're new to the channel, I'm getting messages all over the place now. What position does he play? Francolino Gluda DIEGO. Sounds like a very posh name. And he is 20 years old. Oh, he's a forward. He's a striker. There you go. He's a striker for... yeah, but what kind of a striker? What position? How do you find these things out? I need to get some info. Do you go into... I just want to know what position he plays. I don't want the whole works. He's a forward striker, but what type of forward striker? Is he a number 9? Is he a false 9? What does he do? The only way to do it, he came through the Benfica academy, and apparently he played well in the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations for Sierra Leone. Oh no, against the Sierra Leone. After playing football for Benfica, he joined Midtjylland in 2023. He made his debut for Midtjylland in a 2-1 Danish Super League win against Vejle on 13th of August 2023. On 17th of August, he scored a hat-trick That's what I like to hear. People that can put the team in the back of the net. I need some more of that. Right, sign him, Dougie Freeman. Just sign the check. Just get him, get him. And he's going to be playing. He's going to be playing tonight. So right, let's get back to. They're playing at 8:00. That's Real Sociedad. Do you know what? I am going to do that. I'm going to do the first one. I might start the first watch along. Yeah, I'll do Royal Sociedad versus Midtjylland because this youngster apparently is linked to Crystal Palace. So it'd be good to see what not. And apparently, let me just get into it. How do I go back to the fixtures? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Right, UEFA. What's today? Today's Thursday. Thursday, the 20th, 2025. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at DIEGO C PALACE and help me get to 5 likes if you can. Thursday. And let me just adjust my seating so I get a bit comfy. And now doing the predictions. And this is now the first one I'm going to do is the UEFA Europa is called. Right, first one off is Bodo Glimt. And that at the moment is 1-2 on aggregate against 20. Whenever I predict for 20, that football team, they always lose. So I'm not going to go for a win. I'm going Bodo Glimt 2, 20-0, and Bodo Glimt winning there. So turning it around. They're at home. Bodo Glimt to win that, especially if it's chilly up there. Next one up is FCSB, and that's a 2-1 aggregate at the moment against PAOK. I'm going for FCSB 1, PAOK, PAOK. I think that's how you pronounce it. FCSB, I believe that's a Romanian football side. PAOC, I'm not so certain. I'm going to go 0. So that will be an FCSB home win 3-1 on aggregate. Please keep hitting the likes and subscribe at DIEGO C PALACE. Galatasaray are, oh my days, Galatasaray are 1-4 down. Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember Semic, who's in the chat sometimes, is a Galatasaray, or she's a Galatasaray fan, and they're not happy bunnies at the moment. Can they pull it back against AZ? They need a 3-goal. They need to claw it back 3 goals. So basically, AZ just needs to score 1 goal. And I'm going to go Galatasaray 2, AZ 1. So a brace, so AZ going through there. Sorry, Semic, if you're still out there. Oh, I've got to say that whiskey's gone to my head now. I'm not used to drinking whiskey at this time in the morning. Real talk. Right, let me just put this lad's name on there. And then I'm just going to carry on with the... please, if you're new to the channel, please subscribe at DIEGO C PALACE. And also, I've put in the link further up of an upload of a video of David Moyes and his players arriving at Selhurst Park. Thank you very much for viewing. It's got over 10,000 views. If you can, please go and view it. If you haven't viewed it, that will help me a great deal. Thank you for doing that. So Galatasaray on the night 2-1, but AZ winning on aggregate 5-2, or no, 5-3, I suppose, in the end. Next up is Roma, which I think is the one I'm going to do because it's a bit closer there. I'm keeping an eye on Claudio Ranieri. I think he's done absolute wonders there at Roma. Hope Dybala's playing. I like that, the youngster Dybala playing under Claudio Ranieri against Porto. And it is 1-1 at the moment. Aggregate. Per favore. I'm going for Roma to win. (2-1). But even that, it would surprise me if it finishes again 1-1 and it goes to extra time and then penalties and complete drama. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going for Roma to win. The Claudio Ranieri's Roma to win there. Right, next up is Ajax. And that one at the moment is 2-0. They're actually winning. How odd is that Ajax are not in the Champions League, but they're in the Europa Cup. And Feyenoord and PSV are still in the Champions League. So there'll be 3 Netherlands sides in European football. Not sure if there's another European Netherlands side still in the Conference League. I'm not sure. I'll have a look in a minute. But Ajax, they already are 2-0 up on aggregate against the French side, Union Saint. How do you spell Galusi? Galusi. Please subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe at DIEGO C Palace and also drop a like if you can. Ajax. I'm going for Ajax 1. Union Saint Gilloise. Un point. But Ajax going through on aggregate 3-0, making it 3 Netherlands sides in European football. As I say, we'll come to the Conference League in a minute. Right, the next one up is Anderlecht. At the moment, that's they're down 3 goals. That's going to be tough against Fenerbahce. I think Fenerbahce is going to win that. Fenerbahce. I'm going Anderlecht 1, Fenerbahce 2. They'll get a consolation goal. I think Fenerbahce will go through. Remember that one of these sides will be playing up against Manchester United, Tottenham Hotspur, and Rangers, who all finish in the top 8. Rangers just climbing into the 8th place there, if I'm not mistaken. Right, next up is Real Sociedad, and then so I'm going to do the watch along. Start it with Roma. Yeah, Roma versus Porto. I'm going to do the thumbnail for that, and then followed with that, I'm going to do Real Sociedad versus Midtjylland, because that youngster that I've put in the chat there is a 20-year-old who's linked with Leicester City and with Crystal Palace. So we'll have Real Sociedad, and that is what's going on there. Right, so they're behind 2-1. La Real Sociedad. Right, how do you spell this Midtjylland? M-I-D-T. Oh shit. J. Y. Double L Land. I'm going to go for Real Sociedad 0, Midtjylland 1. That makes it 2-2. Extra time still 2-2, and then penalties. Then pens and Midtjylland to win it on penalties. There we go. Right, next up, I'll do that as the second watch along and then I'll stop. Oh, and the last one is Victoria, quickly because I need to go and do something. P-O-Z-E-N. That's a 0-1 aggregate, and they're up against Ferencváros. I think that's a Greek side or a Cyprus side. Oh, I'm going to get chopped up here now. Never mix up Greek and Cyprus, but it is what it is. Ferencváros. Oh, this is a difficult one here. I'm going to go Victoria 0, Ferencváros 1, so they would win 2 goals on aggregate. Right, that is the predictions for the UEFA. You can see it there. Europa League. If you can, please help me get to 5 likes in the chat. And earlier on, I've mentioned what Pep Guardiola said after the difficult result for his City players and his City fans yesterday. He sent a clear message to Arnold Slot. Real talk. Right, next one is the UEFA Conference. Right. Are any of these sides Netherlands sides? Ooh, I don't know. Heidenheim. That sounds to me German. Heidenheim. I have no idea what that is. Hey. Then Heidenheim. That is 2-1 on aggregate at the moment against Coverman, which sounds to me a Danish side. Is that Copenhagen? Based in Copenhagen? Could be. Copenhagen. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Coven. H-A-V. And Copenhagen. Let's get it right. Right, my prediction for that one is 1-0 to Heidenheim. So they go through on aggregate 3-1. Next one up is Olympia. P-I-J-A. Olympia. And that's 0-1 aggregate, so that's still very close against Borac. Banya. Nicosia. I'm not sure about this one. I'm going to go for a 1-1 full time, but on aggregate, that means Borac Nicosia will go through 2-1 on aggregate. If you're new to the channel, please hit a like and subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. At the beginning of my watch along today, this morning's football show at DIEGO C Palace, or with DIEGO C Palace, I should say, I discussed what Pep Guardiola's message was to Arnold Slot and the Liverpool fans. He's coming for the Premier League title. And this weekend, he's going to be up against Arnold Slot's Liverpool fans and their players. And remember, against Real Madrid, Arnold Slot he would have noticed that Pep Guardiola started the match without Erling Haaland, Kevin De Bruyne, Jack Grealish, Jeremy Doku, Ake, those 5 players. And I guarantee you that at least three of them will be up against Gravenberch, McAllister, and Szoboszlai. Real talk, just to name a few, against Liverpool's Arnold Slot. So the Liverpool fans will be wary of that situation. The mind games have started. And also, what does that mean towards the end of the season? Will some of the Crystal Palace players be going to either City or Liverpool? Just to name a few clubs. That's what I started off in the morning show at Diego with Diego C Palace. Right, next up. What's behind Alicia? Where are we? Paphos. Again, that's a 1-1 at the moment, so that's tied at the moment. Please hit a like and subscribe at Diego C Palace if you are new. Just going to have a little nibble of bacon. Please keep hitting the likes. Help me get to 5 likes if you can in the chat. Well, I'll finish on my breakfast. Paphos. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of streaky bacon. If you don't like streaky bacon, you don't like beans on toast, and you don't like sourdough bread with fromage, then this channel's aimed for you, lad or man. Real talk. Fabos versus Armenia Nicosia. That is 1-1 on aggregate at the moment. I'm going to give it to Pavos to win 2-0, and they'll go through 3-1 on aggregate. Just got a hunch. I probably jinxed it for them, no doubt. Next up is Real Betis. And that at the moment is 3-0 to them against Ghent. I'm going Real Betis 1, Ghent 1. And of course, therefore, Real Betis going through on aggregate of 4-1. Next up is APOL, Apoel, maybe that's how you pronounce it. Apoel. At the moment, Desmond Tutu, that's on 2-2 aggregate, versus Salehi, maybe that's how you pronounce it. I'm going to go for APOEL 1, Salehi 2. Another 2 goals. And that will cement that on aggregate win there for Salehi. Right, next up. Oh my God, look at the name. Look at the size of this name. Jagiellonia B what? B-A Billistock. That at the moment is 3-1 on aggregate against TSC. TSC. Please keep hitting the likes if you can in the chat. Help me get to 5 likes. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. I think the damage has already been done. I'm going for Jagiellonian 1. Not going to bother saying their surname because it's a bit of a mouthful. TSC 0. I don't think they'll score away from home there. Right, last one up, right at the bottom of the page. Kos. Yeah, Kos. That's 1-2 on aggregate. Oh, 1-2. I'm going to go for against Vikingur Reykjavik. Reykjavik. So Vikingur, I think that's going to be a team from Iceland, I expect, with that type of surname. Panathinaikos, I'm going to make it difficult here. Panathinaikos 1 at home. Vikingur 0. That will then take it into penalties after extra time. Let me just write the name down. Vikingur. And then a penalties win against the odds for Vikingur. So, yep, I'm going Panathinaikos 1 on the night. No, 1, yep, and Vikingur 0 on the night. That will be 2-2 on aggregate, extra time, and then penalties. Right, next up is Shamrock Rovers. Good luck to Shamrock Rovers. They created history in the first leg against Molde with a 15-year-old scoring for Shamrock Rovers, making a record of being the youngest to score in a European competition. Apparently, he came through the Manchester City Academy. Shamrock Rovers versus Molde. What's the aggregate there? Yeah, it's 1-0. It's 1-0 at the moment. I'm going to go for another goal for the youngster. But I'm going to go for them. They're going to score 2. And Molde 1. A consolation away goal, making it aggregate win for Shamrock Rovers. A 3-1 on aggregate. That is the last fixture there. That is my prediction there. I'm intrigued to get this lad's name again. I don't know if it'll come up. There is some information. Shamrock Rovers manager Stephen Bradley says having to play a league game 3 days after the shock 1-0 win over Molde in the UEFA Conference League playoffs is madness. Well, welcome to the real world, son. That's what everybody has to deal with. A 16-year-old, Michael Noonan, that's the lad, and I'm going to write his name down. Michael Noonan. For further, a 16-year-old Michael Noonan hit the winner in Norway last Thursday on his Shamrock Rovers debut, nonetheless, to become the youngest ever goal scorer in the competition's history. That's in the Europa Conference League. So a 16-year-old making history there, Michael Noonan. However, the league's Ireland side were back in action 3 days later in the Premier Division opener against Bohemians. So they've had a tough match in between. So that's going to be a difficult one, because you've got to also bear in mind that it's not just the fact that they travelled to Norway. You've got to, I presume, after the match last Thursday, they would have travelled back on Friday, and at the weekend they've had a match, and now they're having. So literally, they've had probably only, like, I would say, 3 working days of training in between matches. That's probably why the Shamrock manager Stephen Bradley's like, can someone just send the memo and sort it out, because that's just madness. Quoted his word, madness. I like madness, but anyway, let's not go madness at the moment. Quickly, just so I understand, Bradley's team hosts Molde for the second leg in Dublin on Thursday night without the injured Danny Maduru and suspended pair Dylan Watts and Dan Clearly. Oh, they've got players out, suspended and injured. Oh, God. They are big players, but he said we'll need everyone, and we will, said Bradley. We are missing bodies. If you want to go into it, it's madness that we played Moldy last Thursday, Bohemians on Sunday, and then three nights later they're playing up against Moldy in the Europa Conference League. But they could be facing up Chelsea in the next round. Who knows? Who knows? So I'm not going to go into the rest of it. But but good luck to the 16-year-old Michael Noonan. I think he went through. Oh, no. I don't think he went through. I think he, before signing for Shamrock Rovers at the end of the January transfer window, he was linked to Manchester City. So Manchester City pulled the plug on that, and he ended up at Shamrock Rovers. That's the story that I heard. I think it's correct in saying that. Please hit like and subscribe at DIEGO C Palace if you are new. Those are my predictions for tonight's fixtures. I'm going to quickly wrap it up because I've got to go and do something. And where's the phone? Does anyone know where I put my phone? Oh, dear. Okay. I'll get there eventually. Oh, my God. I know I put it somewhere. Right, here we go. That's my predictions. Got them all written down. There you go. You could all see. And got the last one out of there. Quickly, I'll buzz them through. For Thursday, the 20th of February, 2025, UEFA Europa League, I've gone for Bodo Glimt to win on the night 2-0 against 20. And that should get them through on aggregate against FC 20. FCSB to win 1-0 on the night, making them go through on aggregate, the Romanian side, 3-1. There you go. Galatasaray on the night to win 2-1, but they'll still be knocked out on aggregate. Sorry, Semek, if you're still in the chat. Galatasaray fan out there. AZ already 4-1 up on aggregate before kickoff tonight. Roma 2, Porto 1 on the night, and that will make Claudio Ranieri's side go through on aggregate with 3-2. So good luck to Claudio Ranieri. I think he's still a very good manager. How he's doing, what he's doing. So look, that's the watch along I'm going to do tonight. Hopefully it's a little bit earlier, 17:45 kickoff. Then Ajax 1, Union St. Gilloise 1, with Ajax going through 3-1 on aggregate, that making the third side from the Netherlands in European football. How Ajax is not in the Champions League. Oh, my days. Come on, Ajax fans out there. Pull a finger. Do your job. Anderlecht 1, Fenerbahce 2, and Fenerbahce to go through on aggregate there 5-1. Real Sociedad 0, Midtjylland 1, making it 2-2, and then extra time and then penalties, and Midtjylland to go through to the next round on penalties. And on the chat, apparently Crystal Palace and Leicester City fans out there, we're fighting in the transfer already for a young 24-year-old called Francolino de Jeu. The source being a Danish sporting media outlet. It's all in the chat. Victoria Preseno, Pleasant, I should say, nil. Ferencváros 1, and Ferencváros they're winning on aggregate. That's the end of the UEFA Europa League predictions. Now the UEFA Conference predictions. Heidenheim 1, Tottenham 0, and Heidenheim going through on goal difference. Olympisa 1, Borac Banja Nicosia 1 on the night. So Borac Banja Nicosia to go through on aggregate 2-1. Paphos 2, Armenia Nicosia 0, and that will mean that Paphos will go through 3-1 on aggregate. Real Betis 1, Ghent 1, meaning that Real Betis go through on aggregate 4-1. APOEL 1 and Celje 2 on the night, and that will make it Celje to go through on aggregate 4-3. I think that's how it works there. And this one, Jaliona, if that's how you pronounce it, Jaliona Bialystok 1, TSC 0, meaning that Leona to go through on aggregate 4-1. And penultimate, then I've got Panathinaikos 1, Vikinger 0, and that will make it 2-2 on aggregate. And go into penalties, Vikinger to win on penalties. And last of all, Shamrock Rovers, who've had a very heavy schedule, but they've got players off suspended and injured for this fixture against Molde. Shamrock Rovers 2 on the night, Molde 1, and of course Shamrock Rovers they're going through on aggregate 3-1 if that happens. And good luck to the 16-year-old, the record breaker Michael Noonan, who before the end of the transfer window in January was just this close to signing for Manchester City. But whatever happened, he ended up at Shamrock Rovers, and he scored a week ago away at Molde to make it 1-0 there and become the youngest ever scorer of a competitive match in the UEFA Conference League. Michael Noonan at 16 years old scoring that debut goal. Actually, it was his debut performance for Shamrock Rovers. So good luck to Shamrock Rovers, that footballing side from Dublin. Yeah, so that's my predictions there. And what I'll do is I'll clip this here so I don't lose it. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. Just going to go back into it. And all right, I will have a look now. I'm just getting a message. There is, I can look at it here. I'm just getting a message. What's going on in the world? Something's happened. Hold on. Oh, breaking news. Breaking news for Apple users out there. I know it's not football related, but breaking news. Apparently, Moneyblog have posted out Apple launches a new budget iPhone. And how does it work? I'm going to have to look at that. Right. I'll be back in a tick site. I've got to go to, I think drinking that little bit of whiskey has upset my tummy. Like real talk. I'm not used to drinking whiskey this time early in the day. Real talk. Right. Hold on a second. There's also some press conferences at the moment. Let's just have a look. There's a bit of criticism of Unai Emery's conceding so many goals. Right, I'm just going to go to the toilet. I'll be back in a tick. Toilet break. Toilet break. Back in 10 minutes. Also, I've got to make a phone call. I'll be back in a minute. Right, I'll be back in a tick, people. Oh, what's happened here? Right, let's have a look. Right, I'll be back in a sec. I'm just going to go to the toilet and then I'll round it up. Right, just coming to people. Right, big up to everybody in the chat. Oh my God, there's still people out there. Thank you very much for holding on. Just went to the break. Just going to change the description a little bit on the title because I'm not happy how it looks. I meant to put live morning football show with DIEGO C Palace. Copy. Morning. Football show with DIEGO C Palace. Oh, it's too long now. Oh, Lord. Live morning football show with DIEGO C Palace. Guardiola said he will focus on the Premier League. Yeah, I like this one better. I'm just going to changing the right, here we go. That's it. Good luck. Big up to you, Samek. Good luck to you. I've gone for your, unfortunately I got some bad news for you, Samek. I've gone for, I think that there's too much damage there. For your Galatasaray, I've gone for you guys for Galatasaray to win tonight 2-1, but AZ are still going to go through on aggregate. I think the damage has been done there. And unfortunately, to rub it in, not really rub it in, I think Fenerbahce are going to win 1-0 away at Victoria Plents. And so that means Fenerbahce are going to go through and your Galatasaray are not. So you'll be like, so I hope that doesn't upset you. Oh dear. Please hit like and subscribe at DIEGO C Palace if you are new. And so that's it's getting you back there. That's for you, Semek. Right. Also, I've just changed that. You know what? I'm just going to share it on. I'm supposed to have done it at the beginning. I've got to get into the habit of sharing it on Instagram. Right, how do I do this? So I've got to go there. Post. And then do that. Jules. There, I've done it to the themes of Jaws. I'm just going to post it on Instagram. Live now. Oh, I should have done this at the beginning. Live now. Uploaded. On YouTube. Morning football show with DIEGO C Palace. Please view and like and comment and share. And then I put on here Manchester City, Manchester United, hashtag Premier League, hashtag for Champions League, UA. And also, who can I put on there? Hashtag Liverpool, because I was talking about Arnold Slot. What should I put more? Hashtag Chelsea as well. Hashtag right, that do space. And then what I'll do is hashtag. Oh, there's got to be a quicker way to do this. Oh my god, just bear with me, people. Sorry. Get there eventually. Oh, I could do it again. Oh, I'm so slow at this. Okay, that'll do. Okay, so I've done that. I should have really done this at the beginning of the transfer window. Okay, so let's just share it. Sorry, people, coming. Oh, big up. I prefer to win against Fenerbahce rather than AC Milan. If I were a coach, I will give them a rest. Yeah, I think you've got a valid point there. Similar to what Pep Guardiola done against Real Madrid, it's done and done. The damage is done. So rest your players and then make sure you win the league against the league match against Fenerbahce. I expect that's what Galatasaray will probably do, no doubt. I think that's a valid point there, Semic. So that's that one. How do I then share this? Got to share it here. Add to your story. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. Help me get to 5 likes if you can in the chat. And I'll put Fabrizio's quote on there. That's not too bad. Add to your story. There you go. No way. Oh my God. Okay, here we go. Okay, that's done. Hopefully you guys can see that now on Instagram. I've just shared it. I should have really done that. Let me just let that go in there. What I'm going to do now. Oh, let me just have a little drink. So that's shared now on Instagram. Maybe get a few more people in. Okay, that's been shared. Okay. So now I can just, oh, 1 minute, just got. There you go. That's that done. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at DIEGO C Palace and just share it on Instagram. I should really have done that. I've got to get into the habit of sharing the live stream on Instagram, and then I think that's what the professionals do. You share it on social media, and then you might get a few people. So I've done my predictions for today. Later on, should put that there, and hopefully, I'm thinking of doing the watch along first off. The early kickoff between Roma versus Porto. That at the moment is 1-1 on aggregate. Then I'm going to finish off with the watch along. Excuse me. Between Real Sociedad versus Midtjylland. Apparently, there's a youngster there that is linked both with Leicester City and Crystal Palace. A youngster, I've put the name in the chat there. Franculino De Jeu, a 20-year-old striker. Apparently, he's been linked for Crystal Palace. Does that mean that Jean-Philippe Mateta is going to get snatched up by Barcelona or Manchester City or Liverpool? Everyone's always after a striker. Time will tell. I'm a little bit worried. That's what the thumbnail was about, with Pep Guardiola telling after last night's match result. Difficult time for City fans, City players, and the Manchester City manager. Pep Guardiola clearly said after the match to change the narrative of what people are talking, and this is what I'm talking about. He said out there on the media, Pep Guardiola said, where he's focused now on the Premier League title, sending a clear message to Liverpool fans, to Liverpool players, and no doubtably to Arnold Slot this weekend. I think it's 4:30 kickoff on Sunday. It is at the Etihad. Manchester City fans versus the Liverpool fans. There is an undertone message there. The mind games have started from Pep Guardiola And from the offset, before the kickoff of the Real Madrid kickoff last night, Erling Haaland, Jack Grealish, Jeremy Doku, Kevin De Bruyne, Ake, those 5 did not start for Manchester City's Pep Guardiola and the Manchester City fans who travelled to Real Madrid last night, where they lost, and they're out now of the Champions League. So those players, I expect 3 or at least 3 or 2 of them to be starting up against certainly the midfield of Alex McAllister, Gravenberch and Szoboszlai of Liverpool, to save a few. So I think that was a message, that was a cryptic message, just like from back in the day, the likes of Sir Alex Ferguson would have had those mind games up against Kevin Keegan. Do you remember when Kevin Keegan said, I would just love it, I would just love it if we beat them? That kind of thing. The mental games have started. Liverpool fans out there, are you concerned? Are you worried that Pep Guardiola will have and has got his mojo back and will get his star players in key positioning, firing back on all cylinders? And of course, that is going to have an effect at the end of the season. There's no secret that Pep Guardiola has an eye on Ebrieze, to name a few. And lately, I've been hearing Daniel Munoz and Adam Walton been linked to by City fans in all sorts of places. Some breaking news in the Sky News, and I think I can report it because it's now official. It's been announced by about within the hour. Sky News. This is a report. It doesn't say the name of the reporter. I wish they put the names of the reports so then I can at least say their name. There's no name on it on the article. Let me just double check I haven't missed a name. No, it just says Sky's News. So I think I can say this now. It was broadcast on the official Sky News webpage Thursday, the 20th of February at 13:23, but there's no name of the reporter from Sky. It says Luis Rubiales has been found guilty of sexual assault again after kissing Jenny Hermoso without consent after the World Cup final. It goes on to say former Spanish football chief Luis Rubiales, 47, stood down accused of sexual assault and of then attempting to coerce Jenny Hermoso into declaring that the kiss had been consensual. Of course it wasn't consensual. You got to respect people's spaces. And the report also goes to say he denied the charges, of course, as he stood trial at the High Court in Madrid. It goes on to say the former Spanish football chief, Luis Rubiales, has been found guilty over the kissing of the player Jenny Hermoso without consent after the World Cup final in 2023. The Spanish High Court has also ordered Rubiales to pay a fine worth more than 10,000 euros, 8,274, but has been acquitted him of coercion. Oh, right. Prosecuted had demanded a prison sentence for Rubiales, and the World Cup winner Hermoso previously told Rubiales' trial in Madrid she never agreed for the former football chief kissing her on the lips. No. Anyway, and the moment tainted one of the happiest days of her life. Ruben. I'm going to stop there. But so it's been officially announced by the court, the High Court, and the High Court in Madrid. And I suppose it'll be ongoing. We'll see if there's an appeal and whatnot. So, just people out there, professionals in space and professionality in the game. The well-being of all the players, be they be male players or female players, in the professional game of football, has to be looked after, and everyone needs to respect each other's space and ability to develop their skills in their profession, whether they be coaches, managers, or or football players. So they need to make sure that that's said. So that's breaking news from Sky Sports. There's a report on Thursday, the 20th of February, 2025 at 13:23 today. But there is no name of the reporter. So let me just quickly scroll right to the bottom. Sometimes it's at the bottom. No, it just says Sky News. So I can't pronounce the name of the author of the report. Right. Please hit like and subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. Going to go back into it. And Graham Potter's been talking to the media, of course, for the incoming Saturday 3 p.m. kickoff between none other than the Arsenal fans versus the West Ham fans. Graham Potter is looking to get back to consistency results at West Ham. He tried to make a bid, of course, for John Duran, the Colombian international, but he went off to the Saudi League. Of course, get well to Antonio. I believe he had a car crash, a horrible car crash there, so I'm sure the club is helping him recover through that chapter in his career. And the car was definitely a write-off, and so I expect the club, West Ham, are looking to get him back through the injury that he's sustained from that car crash and being available for West Ham for team selection, but at the moment it's not. So that's something that they'll be looking to replenish there. Please help me get to 5 likes in the chat. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. Graham Potter has been talking to the media. It doesn't say to whom they've been talking to, but he says, oh, 1 minute. There, just talking about the striking options for West Ham. The West Ham manager starts is on the injuries to Lucas Paqueta. Lucas Paqueta. I think that's how you pronounce the name properly. That's a major loss for him. Graham Potter says it was a training incident. Oh, so he got injured in training. Because I was thinking, I don't remember hearing that on the match day. But it was a training incident. So many players getting injured in their training. It's just getting absolutely ridiculous. Training incident, really just an noxious one. He went over his ankle in a little collision with Aaron Wan-Bissaka. So it's just he just rolled. It says he rolled his ankle, and he'll be missing for the Arsenal game. So that's going to help the Arsenal fans, and no doubt Mikel Arteta at Arsenal as a key player for Graham Potter and the West Ham fans and their squad, I expect. And apparently he may also miss the Leicester City game as well. We'll see how he is, but swollen up a bit. So that means the ankle is just really, really hurting at the moment. So they're going to have to wait and see how the ankle recovers in time. It looks like he's going to miss both Leicester and the Arsenal game. Graham Potter on the lone striker, Evan Ferguson. He goes on to say, this is Graham Potter speaking, he came on against Brentford, of course, and made a good impact. As I said before, we just need to be careful with him in terms of how we are building him up. The minutes he plays, probably 90 minutes, is a big step, I would say. So just need to make sure that we are taking him forward in the right way, safely for him. He hasn't played a lot of minutes over a period of time, but he's training really well and has fitness and fitted into the squad really well. So there's a promising aspiration there for West Ham fans out there on the lone striker, Evan Ferguson. They're going to gradually feed him up to fully 90 minutes plus fitness there. Graham Potter also goes on to say that West Ham boss Graham Potter on what he learned about facing Arsenal at times of managing other clubs. All right, so facing Arsenal, he goes on to say it's a very different context, really. Not too much, to be honest. It's more about how we prepare the players and team to go to a tough place. Arsenal are a tough team, but I think it's a good game for us in terms of responding to the disappointment against Brentford. We're looking forward to it, and with a good week again, we're now looking forward for a big challenge, and that's what it is, a big challenge. So managers should always, I always feel, refrain from talking about where they've managed previously, because they should be only concerned about the job on hand, where they actually reside. Of course, Graham Potter's at West Ham, so he's not deflected. He's just keeping it real. He's just saying, "Look, I'm concentrated on my players," and he's not happy about how they lost against Brentford. I wasn't happy how my Palace lost against Brentford. Brilliant to see Roman Eze doing his debut goal, of course, but wonderful ball pinned from the right-hand side, Eze over to Daniel Munoz, and then Daniel Munoz did his magical stuff there on the right, and he pinked the ball across the penalty area for Roman Eze to score his debut goal against Brentford, but we did lose that match. Please hit a like and subscribe at Diego C Palace. And what else have we got to see here? Let's just see if there's any other breaking news at the moment. If not, then I'll wrap it up now, because it's just gone up to the 3-hour mark. And let's just quickly, there was some other news I saw in here. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at Diego C Palace. Oh, there's some news here about Will Hughes. Who said this? Oh, so it's a fan. Who's been criticising Will Hughes? How can he be criticised? Apparently, somebody out there's been criticising Will Hughes. How can you criticise what he's been doing? He's up levels following Checky Decore's injury at Crystal Palace last season, and unfortunately, again this season. Get well soon, Checky Decore. Absolutely, hope you recover well. Both Adam Walton and Will Hughes has been doing absolutely amazing there in the midfield pivot, and also Jefferson Lerma as well has been doing brilliant things there. Big up to Semek, goes on to say, I would prefer a win against Fenerbahce. Oh yeah, we mentioned that. And then Mario Lamina, transferred from Wolverhampton. Yes, I remember that name. Will be in the lineup against Fenerbahce. He's not played football for 2 months, but now ready. Oh, they'll have to be, well, if they're ready, he's ready, I suppose. But when players have been out for that type of duration, I don't think you should expect a full 90 minutes plus. You got to, especially, it depends what the injury that he had, I suppose. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at Diego C Palace if you are new. And just another quick look to see if there was something else that I saw. There was an announcement by the England Lionesses, because it's now the international. There is a match incoming between Portugal versus England, and of course the manager of the Lionesses, of the England team, is Serena Wiggum. Very good coach, very good manager. And she did a press conference there alongside one of my favorite, Lucy Bronze. And let's see what else happened there. Good evening. Good evening. Oh my God. I don't know, Mike. It's supposed to be a morning show because yesterday I started my morning show at 7:30 in the evening. I'm still saying good evening. Good afternoon, Daniel 90. I've mentioned your Tottenham Hotspur side earlier on in my morning show with this one, which I'm doing because of the reaction of Pep Guardiola saying clearly after the match last night that he's going for the Premier League. I think that's sending a clear message to Arnold Slot, the Liverpool fans. We're coming for you. And then also what that entails for Palace players' availability come the end of the season. I think there'll be some players that will be attracted with a project to possibly clubs like Man City, Liverpool. And then I've also mentioned if Chelsea, Arsenal, and your Tottenham Hotspur team sort things out on the transfer market. Tottenham Hotspur, I keep hearing Ebrieze being linked to Tottenham Hotspur. I think Tottenham Hotspur have a very good manager in Ange Postecoglou. I don't think he'll bench Ebrieze. I think good luck to City. Yeah, so for me, it could be an option for Ebrieze. But it depends for what other options there is for him there. I need to see more of the first team Tottenham Hotspur players that are out injured, not on the sick note, not in the A&E department at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, but being available, 110% available, fit for Ange Postecoglou. And if that's in situ, I think that will be a very good proposition for the likes of Ebrieze to look at an opportunity to perhaps moving from Crystal Palace to Tottenham Hotspur. But I have to say, if Chelsea paid over 110 mil for Caicedo, I know they're different positions, Caicedo to where Ebrieze plays on the wing, number 10 position. I'm not looking for anything less than 75 mil. 85 mils. Well, Daniel, leaving pay those kind of money? Probably not. But cheers to Daniel 90. It says big up. They ain't beating Tottenham. Good luck to City, where they're bogating. That's another thing. You had a very good result against them. In the second half, you turned it around, if I'm not mistaken. But you had Madders in that team. So you got to wrap Madders, and that goal celebration sticks at it. I think every the other players were thinking, why didn't I think of that? Simple. And 180. So I think you do well against. But City are going to be turning corners in their performances. As I say, Pep Guardiola left out Erling Haaland, De Bruyne, Jack Grealish, Jeremy Doku, Ake, and I'd say those five that didn't start against Real Madrid last night, I expect three of them to be starting up against the midfield of Liverpool, of Gravenberch, Alex McAllister, and no doubt with Schlabberschlei in that lineup. So that's going to be an interesting one there on Sunday. And Samit goes, Diego, I have missed Alex SR. Could you forgive him once and unblock his account? I'll think about it. I'll think about it. But I wasn't happy with something that I saw there. So I may bring that back in, but I wasn't happy with something that I saw. And normally when I make a decision, it is what it is. I'll think about it, Semic. Daniel 90. I've seen it yesterday that Tottenham are making Eze. I've seen it yesterday that Tottenham are making Eze one of those number one targets. I think they should do more than one target. I think I think it's twofold. There's one thing about Tottenham Hotspur having a vision to develop their senior squad. But there's another thing of the actual reality of it, in the sense that are they prepared to back? Because make no mistake about it, to go in for a player like Ebrieze or going into Europe and getting another player not just in that position, but in other key areas. You've got Richarlison, Richie, you're Richie, he's out injured. So you need people to score goals up top. You can't just leave Song to do everything up there. He's been playing mostly out on the wing, I have to say. You haven't replaced Harry Kane. That's the bottom line. So if you're going to do that, to get those kind of caliber of replacements at Tottenham Hotspur, you're not talking small fry. And there you go. Sorry, mate. Eze has a 60 million release. Yes, I know that. Yeah, I know. I'm just bigging it up. Come on. Tottenham Hotspur versus Crystal Palace fan here. I expect Chief Parish and Dougie Freeman, the best pound for pound sporting director in the Premier League and in Europe. You got to come in high, mate. You got to come in high. I'm not asking for 25 or 35%. Personally, I don't know anyone at the club. Listen, if you go too low, they'll take your arm off. Yeah, I know that's what the clause is, but then it's also the market value. And the problem is, I think Tottenham Hotspur may face that if they do come in for Ebrieze, Pep Guardiola likes him. They like you, and there you go. Then Daniel 90 mentioned release clause. Yes, you're right. And then he ended City's home record without losing a game. Home over 2 years, we beat them 4-0 City ground. Yeah, I think it's one of those. Since you did that, I've called your Tottenham Hotspur sides when I've done my prediction on your team. Are they going to be hot or are they going to be cold? But then, as game progressed in your season, as an outsider looking in, I was thinking, oh my God, they've just got another injury. Oh, and another one, and another one. And I'm thinking, come on. I mean, literally, you've got an A&E department at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. I mean, they must be comfortable there because it's a beautiful stadium, no doubt, top of the range, real talk. But the question is, the people that made the decisions and give the nod to an acquisition of a £60 million investment, or perhaps even a higher investment to get a striker, you're not going to get a top range striker for anything less than 50 mils, 65 in the European trade out there. And the gentleman that calls the shot, I suppose, at Tottenham Hotspur, Daniel Levy, and the people around him have to decide, this is where I'm going to land. Are they prepared to spend that kind of money on Ange Postecoglou? And if the decision has already been made that it's not going to happen, then I think the moment that in the UEFA Europa League competition, I think the final will be between Tottenham Hotspur and Manchester United. So you have to let that go through its course, and that will determine, not specifically, but it will certainly give orientation to the likes of Daniel Levy at Tottenham Hotspur and the people that make the decisions. I'm sure he's not the only person employed there. I mean, there'll be other people around him, the scouting team, the people who are appointed in the structure at Tottenham Hotspur. I presume they've got a structure in the first team. I don't know, because there's a question on that right now. But I expect that will have how far Tottenham Hotspur can get and land. If Tottenham Hotspur can beat Manchester United in the final in the Europa League, that will open, I expect, a different type of transfer market in January, whether it includes Ebrieze or not. And two, are they going to buy smart? Is Tottenham Hotspur actually going to transfer market and actually buy smart? And I'll tell you something, and I've told you this in capitals. If Tottenham Hotspur land European silverware and the Arsenal fans don't win the Champions League, oh my days, the Tottenham Hotspur fans are probably going to be unbearable, not just towards the Arsenal fans, but towards all other London clubs. They'll be saying, we've got silverware. Can you imagine the scenes? The Arsenal fans will have to go back across the marshes and dig a little mud hole, get stuck in the mud and go underneath, go undercover. Real talk. Can you imagine the scenes? Tottenham Hotspur landing European trophies and Arsenal not getting anything at the end of the season. I am pretty sure that the net spend of Arsenal over the last 3 financial years or 4 seasons considerably is larger than the net spend that Daniel Levy has spent at Tottenham Hotspur. I could be wrong. I've not looked at the figures, but as an outsider looking in, I'm thinking that's the case. So I hear a lot of Tottenham fans not happy with Daniel Levy. I would say, well, has the money been available on transfers? It's just has them been bought rightly. That's what I'm saying. Are they going to buy smart? And the repercussions of whether they win that Conference League, not conference, I do apologise, the Europa League against, I think it'll be Manchester United versus Tottenham Hotspur. Both of those two sides, both sets of fans, you all need to put every egg in that basket. And not sure where the final is. I think in the Champions League final is at Munich, where Bayern Munich are. I'm not sure where the final is for the Europa League. I don't know. It might be in the UK. I don't know. The only way I saw that protest that the Tottenham Hotspur fans were doing outside. I nearly said White Hart Lane. I'm still living in the 80s. I used to work around the old White Hart Lane Stadium, and back in the day, there was loads of free parking, and that's why I didn't mind working around that neck of the woods. Now you can't find no free parking up there. It's totally impossible. Anyway, the only way I will get Tottenham off with this office is to win the Europa League. Yeah, I mean, there you go. And can you imagine the banter that Tottenham Hotspur fans will have over the West Ham fans? Do you know when West Ham won the that European thing with David Moyes? Was that the Conference League or the Europa League? I think it was the Europa. It was 3 seasons ago. David Moyes with West Ham won that title before Declan Rice moved over from West Ham over to the Arsenal. So yeah, silverware speaks of it. I would like to know where the final is for that. Can you imagine all the Tottenham fans and all the Manchester United fans travelling away to that fixture? It's going to be absolute scenes. As a neutral, I'll have the popcorn out. I'll definitely be the watch along for that. Daniel 90 got it's at Biabo. Oh, well, there you go. I think it matters because the players need to acclimatise, and also would that not favour Ruben Amorim though? No, that's that for the Windows. I think it's the race between Ange Postecoglou and Ruben Amorim is how many injured players they get back fully fit for that final. That is the race of Tottenham Hotspur fans and Manchester United fans, and the fan base that get it spot on the night, giving options for Ruben Amorim. He's persistent in this type of lineup and way of playing, and the lineup for Ange Postecoglou. That's the key. Which team, which fan base can get their injured players available for Ange Postecoglou and for Ruben Amorim? That is the final in itself. If you can win that battle, squadding there for the availability for the manager, for your manager on that final day, you basically got one hand on the cup. Real talk. Conference League. It was the Conference Day. You know your business there. Oh, it was the Conference League. Oh, right. So I thought I was wrong. I thought it was the Europa. I think the Conference League, which is what Chelsea are in right now, that is the only silverware that in the history of Chelsea that they have not won. They've won absolutely everything else, including the Champions League twice. And I think Chelsea should do well. But the way they played against Brighton, oh my God, I'm never going to get that 90 minutes back. They were dreadful. Absolutely, Chelsea were dreadful. Enzo Maresca. Let me put it to you this way, Tottenham Hotspur fans out there. Would you swap Enzo Maresca with Ange Postecoglou? And I'm pretty sure the answer will be no. Will be no way. Under that, what you saw against Chelsea with that squad in there, no plan A, no plan B, no plan C. You will not have. There you go. There's the answer. I wouldn't have him on my Palace. I wouldn't have him. No. You're putting in small letters. I will put big no. The fact of the matter is, I don't know. I think the other thing as well is, I lost count of how many Tottenham Hotspur fans out there were shouting for blood in the sense of getting rid of Ange Postecoglou. And I don't think the the real Chelsea fans out there that know what it means for their football club to win Champions League. They know that he hasn't got the techers. Maybe one day, but I don't think so. There's an art to that, and final for Bialbo. Have I missed something from you said? We got. Oh, sorry, I missed one of your comments. The only way we let. I've got this cable in the way. It's so annoying. I'll put it down there. The only way to let Tottenham for season league, and then he says we got a real late of other London. What we got no real hate for any other London club. Yeah, that's the thing about Tottenham Hotspur. I've never had any. Well, actually, one of the previous jobs that I had, my manager was a Tottenham Hotspur fan, and he was just unbearable. Oh my god! I never mentioned football to him because I was like, no, leave me alone, leave me alone. I'll go and do my job and just leave me alone. He saw me once. I was at the stadium of light, the stadium Sunderland's, and it was a weekend. It was my weekend off, and the ball landed on my lap, and I was on Sky Sports holding the ball and throwing it back. And when I got back to work in the morning, my manager at Tottenham Hotspur, he was like, "Oh, I saw you on the TV," and I'm going, "Well, look, it was my time, nothing to do. I was on my time." It was all right actually. Prime says, "Henry, the clubs." Then Chelsea and Arsenal. Yeah, there's always been I think there's different types of rivalry between your club and Chelsea fans, and also Arsenal. I think there's more of a grudge match between yourselves and the Arsenal. As a neutral, I love it when you lot shout to the Arsenal fans saying, You're squatters. Why don't you head back down to South London where you belong? That kind of thing. It cracks me up. Because a lot of the Arsenal fans, the ones that have never probably ever been to Highbury, I've probably been to Highbury more times than they've been, don't even understand that they started out at the Woolwich Arsenal, down in South London. And I love it when you lot give them that. Oh my days! Conference League. It was yes. The final was Bialbo. Semix. I will certainly sell Ebrieze when the players find the maximum value. Clubs can be a good amount of transfer money. It's not just about the money. I think the value, and I think this is where Chief Parish, when he spoke to Sky Sports, not quoting his full words, because I don't have a carbon copy sort of memory of what people say, but the gist of what Steve Parish said to Sky Sports a few months ago was that the club that he's responsible for has a responsibility to help facilitate their development whilst they're at Crystal Palace of the players, but also to help them onto the next chapter in their career and aid in that. It's of course looking at the best interests of Crystal Palace and where they're going, and of course of the players. So but yeah, it's not just about the money, it's also about being right for the player. And I think Crystal Palace does that well when they bring players in and when there's time for them to move on. And Bialbo's doing the Europa League as well. Oh, can you imagine that? Yeah, he doesn't rate Maresca. I don't think many people does Maresca. Tottenham, like the Palaces and the Fulhams in London, only I hate Chelsea and Arsenal. Yeah, I've never had a no. Personally, I haven't. There's actually quite a lot of Crystal Palace fans that half of the family are actually Tottenham fans and half are Crystal Palace fans, and they live on the outskirts of South London. So it's not uncommon to know of families that are some family members are Crystal Palace fans and some of the other parts of the family are Tottenham Hotspur fans. And as I say, they've done. I know somebody that's got a youngster in their academy, and the whispers that I hear, they're developing that really well, Tottenham Hotspur. So they just need to sort out they transfer 60 million to a club like Tottenham's will be able to spend that no problem. Tottenham's the 7th richest club in the world. Then out comes that's a statement in itself, and I haven't looked at the figures on but the net spend of Tottenham Hotspur over the last 2 or 3 financial years, it's been considerable. So then when I haven't seen it, I need to go and do my research to be able to speak about it. That's the way I am. But I expect it to be a considerable amount of money. So then the question asked is, why are you taking it out on Daniel Levy? I'll be very cautious because I know Tottenham Hotspur fans are not happy with how things are. And I get that. Because my Crystal Palace are above them at the moment in the table. There's levels to things, but certainly money clearly has been said. This is sometimes when I listen to Simon Jordan on talksport, whether you agree or don't agree with the majority of things that he says, he's saying, well, hang on a minute. My friend Daniel Levy, he's done this and that. It's just on the pitch. It hasn't happened. So the value of the worldwide brand of Tottenham Hotspur, it hasn't gone down. I'm pretty sure that the ownership at Tottenham Hotspur owns the freehold, the land where the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium stands, and I believe it's been paid off. I do believe that. I don't think they're in debt or in the madness that Manchester United fans are having to endure right now with the ownership of that they have over there at Old Trafford. And every week you're hearing another 100 people, another 200 people have been asked to lose. They're close. They've publicly said, the club have publicly said that they're looking to reduce costs because they don't want to infringe of the PFA rules and whatnot, other rules. So it's delicate over there. But I don't think Tottenham Hotspur is in that situation. But yes, I can see Tottenham Hotspur coming in for some of my Crystal Palace players. But as I've always said, if you're going to leave Crystal Palace, go to a football club in the Premier League that's going to win the Premier League like now. And I don't think Tottenham Hotspur are at that stage right now. They probably are 2 or 3 seasons away from a project that can take them up there. Because you remember, under Poch, Tottenham were very close to winning that league title 2 years and in a row. We were on the best teams in the country before 2018. No signings cost us the league. Damn. Is that because that was before or during the process of the construction of your new stadium? Have Tottenham Hotspur done, in essence, or Mirage, but they're ahead of schedule, building the stadium at cost, over cost as well? Because when you go into an infrastructure like that, a program like that, they're going to be overrunning costs. And understand, I think you guys are on the budget. You've paid it off. Similar to what the story of the Arsenal fans were sold, that if they leave Highbury to the new stadium, the Emirates, built at a cost, with cost, overrunning cost, and paying it off, there's going to be a transitional period. So maybe during that 2015-18 period, you were in the midst of delivering that project infrastructure of the new stadium, and that could have had effect on. I'm not giving Daniel Levy space here. I'm just saying that could have had ramifications on it. But it's. I was watching Pochettino being the manager at. I did a watch along in a recent match, in a friendly against, I think, Costa Rica. It was a friendly, and there was eye pokes. There was faking yellow cards. Poch must have been thinking, this is a friendly, and this player's coming off with eye pokes, busting noses. It was mad. I couldn't believe it when I saw that. And he was just, when he was at Chelsea, he just, how many times did he go to the final? And he didn't get it over the line at Wembley. It'll be interesting to see. I think there is so much on what curtails with Manchester United fans and Tottenham Hotspur fans in that European competition. And the fallout from that, whether they're successful or not, either the Manchester United fans or the Tottenham Hotspur fans will have a fallout on clubs like Crystal Palace, because we do have players on our away form. They're on the shop window there, and I expect, as you say, Tottenham Hotspur. I mentioned that earlier on in my watch along. Yourselves and Newcastle United. If you got it right in buying and selling properly, I think as an outsider looking at Newcastle United and Tottenham Hotspur, they will. Oh no, don't look at Adam Walton. No, get away. No, you're not having my Adam Walton. No. Manchester City are already having a nibble at him already. The lad has just come back from injury. Palace TV broadcast it, and Adam Walton apparently has been saying to Oliver Glasner said on Palace TV to the media, the lad has been asking, I want to start, I want to play. But Will Hughesy, I think he's preferred to play alongside the number 9 position of, it's not number 9, number 8 position of Jefferson Lerma. And now Tottenham. No, first you started nibbling at Ebrieze, and now you want Adam Walton. I mean, what is the next thing that Tottenham Hotspur fans and Manchester City fans and the jammy Chelsea fans are going to want? Are they going to be after Alice and Pete, our mascots, as well? I mean, come on. No, we're looking at Adam Walton as well. That's just got my blood pressure going up there. No, you can't even look. I think we'll kill us. We'll do a swap. I'll swap Adam Walton with I'll do a swap. No, you can't have Adam Walton. No. Oh my days, I'm having a meltdown. If Adam Walton and Ebrieze end up at Tottenham Hotspur at the beginning of next season, I'm like, please cancel football, in a sense that no, money is important, but please, I want to walk down the street nonchalant and enjoy my life. Like, no, I'm losing it now. Hold on. There's a player at your club that I'm interested in. I'll do a swap. What's that? I think we'll give you 100 for Walton and Leipzig combined. Nah, mate. Nah, 60 mil each, and with add-ons. You're dealing with Steve Parish, and you're dealing with Dougie Freeman. I'm just trying to think the last player that went from my club to your club. Was that Wayne Routledge? I think it was Wayne Routledge. 100 plus. Oh, you said 100 plus. There you go. That's what I like to see. Put the plus on. Yeah, but the thing is, that a lot of people seem to criticize Daniel Levy, and a lot of people seem to criticize Steve Parish. But when it comes to making decisions of those magnitudes, they'll have the pulse on the deal of what's best in their interest. So don't underestimate Daniel Levy of making the right decisions for his side of the card, if you like. And Steve Parish, he will be protecting the interests of Crystal Palace 150 million%, like real talk. So it was Routledge. There you go. He did well for you down on the right-hand side. I was so proud of him because he was one of the youngsters. I used to watch him at Dulwich Hamlet back in the day. And him and Gareth Williams, Ben Watson, those type of players coming through the ranks. And Simon Jordan and his brother would always sit behind me and rabbit. You know, like he talks on talksport. Oh, my days, I could write a book about what Simon Jordan used to say behind me. I never spoke to them, but they wouldn't, they rabbit. They'd like to rabbit about football and all sorts of other things. Real talk. And that's, I used to watch it. Enough about Simon Jordan. I'm going to get in trouble. I might get my season ticket put Steve Parish and Simon Jordan on the same wavelength, on the same sentence, that could get me barred from Selhurst Park in certain quarters. Literally. Oh my days. Literally. Hold on. There's a player. There's a player that I liked that I saw. Why can't I get the? It's not coming out. Would you swap Ebrieze with Song Heung-min? Just putting it out there. I know you probably never. I mean, I know that's for the birds, but I'm just wondering. I think he needs a new challenge. I know he'll probably want to go else. He's like, he loves. Yeah. He didn't even think about it. He's like, yeah, there you go. You go. How can you say that? Oh my days. It's just not. Why is he playing so wide? And sometimes he comes so deep. You need to play him more centrally. I think he should play. Just bleed him as a number 9. Literally. The fact that you've got Richarlison, but then you've got no cover on the left-hand side to come in. I don't see enough of him on the pitch. That's why I replace Song. That's my point. So, can you imagine if we do that swap and we still end up finishing above you in the Premier League next season? Oh my days. I knew it. I just knew it on the same wavelength with respect to that. That makes sense. That is shocking. That's shocking. That's shocking. I don't think Song will even if the deal was on the table, I don't think Song will actually leave your Tottenham Hotspur. He's very devoted, very dedicated to your yours will get half of South Korea supporting as well. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I think that's a long way on it. For example, at Crystal Palace, we've got 2 Colombian internationals, Jefferson Lerma and of course Daniel Munoz. And now you're seeing the influx of the millions and millions and millions of Colombians that live and work in London. And they're all just dropping into. I've seen them because I can recognize the faces, obviously. And yeah, they're coming in and they're spending money, real talk. So yeah, that's one aspect. The more of a global sort of setup that you have, it just attracts a different. Yeah, South Korean. Any internationals from that neck of the woods, South Korea, Japan. Do they bring a following? And the people that come and watch them live, every time they go into the club shop, oh my God, do they empty the shelves? And the club needs that. That literally. See, you're thinking like Daniel Levy. Real talk. No, you cannot. Don't. Oh no, no. Let's just leave Adam Walton. Oh no. Okay, we'll be real. If you're competing against Manchester City for the services of Ebrieze and Adam Walton, I think you're talking different options there of opportunities for those 2 players. Never mind what's in the best interest of Tottenham Hotspur or Manchester City and Crystal Palace. I think what Ebrieze, I did a video at the end of last season on the pitch, and it was the very last moment that Ebrieze was on the pitch at Selhurst Park in full Crystal Palace outfit, and they had their own little moment together in front of the Holmesdale end, and everyone else, their families and players. It was, at the end of the season, if you have a home match, then the players go around with their families and they say hello and goodbye to their fans. But right at the end, Ebrieze and Mikel Olise had their own little moment. I've actually recorded it and I've uploaded it, and I knew in my heart that was the end of those 2 playing together for my Palace. That was before Olise was released and all that jazz. And Olise just left quietly on his own first. He didn't do any selfies. He didn't do any goodbyes. It was his last moment on Selhurst Park as a Crystal Palace player. But was not only just a breakup, a heartbreak. There was the link-up play, the in-sync mentality and ability between those two players that played for us. That's why I was absolutely fuming with Patrick Vieira. Every time, most of the time, he would bench Ebrieze, and I was saying, play them both. But anyway, that's all for the history. But we did have injured midfielders at the time, so maybe Patrick had his hands tied with that respect. But and then we didn't re-sign Conor Gallagher. But anyway, but it's I knew you wouldn't like Patrick Vieira. Do you know what? He's managing a club in Italy, and also he's Cesc Fabregas. And watch the space between those two. Cesc Fabregas is at Como, and he's digging results out there with a minimal squad, minimal net spend there, and he's pulling it at the bag. He's going mid-table in the Serie A. I can't remember the name of the club that Vieira is on, but I know he's doing some bits out there. He hasn't lost his job yet. That's what I'm saying. But in respect to Tottenham Hotspur, which ex-Tottenham Hotspur player should, with the coaching badges, would you consider Gais Poyet replacing Ange Postecoglou? I don't know if he's still coaching or managing. Tim Sherwood has been doing a lot of punditry, but I don't think he's been done any management recently. And Klinsmann, he understood. Malai Dele Alli. Yeah, that's it. And this is the thing I will say to Tottenham Hotspur fans. If you're looking to get rid of some of your players over there, if they're British born, in Europe, there is a ruling that they have a cap of how many non-EU players are allowed to be in any squad, not just in Serie A, but across Europe. So my understanding is if, for example, there was a moment that apparently Marcus Rashford was linked when he was over there, going to AC Milan. Apparently, Como came up in the conversation. Not sure why, but then I thought, hang on a minute, they've got Dele Alli. He allocates that position of a non-EU player at Como. So I was thinking, if Fabregas does pull that deal off, I know it didn't happen. It would never have happened. But if it would have, because I don't think they could have afforded his wages, they would have had to let go of Dele Alli. Melton Keynes, same as Dele Alli, all my friends with his sisters. Big up to you. Yeah, this is another one. I always think that sometimes the players need a new challenge, and sometimes going into the Bundesliga, going into Serie A, is an option for players to get not just some time on the pitch, but to get regular boots on grass performances. And I think to some extent, I think that's what Rashford needs at Aston Villa. But I think there's something else behind the scenes that we don't know about. Dele Alli, is he starting all the time though? Surely you haven't loaned him out there. No, I think you've actually sold him to Como, or is he still on loan out there? Imagine if Tottenham Hotspur still paid his wages at the moment. Oh my days! Oh my days! I think it's so major. You know what? Let me just have a look at your fixtures. Not that I am a voyeur at Tottenham Hotspur, but I said it at the beginning of my morning show. Oh my God, it's 3:00. How is that morning show on it's 3:00? But anyway, basically I said Newcastle United, Tottenham Hotspur, if they get their act together, and Arsenal buying and selling players, there will be window shopping at Crystal Palace. Or be careful. Don't get your contacts into any trouble. Remember, this is a public thing, because we're talking about relatives of the players. But this is Tommy. He was a younger favourite team was Liverpool. I see. When he was younger, his favourite team was Liverpool. Players and Steven Gerrard. It's funny how it works. This is the other thing. I think some players are not able to even grow up, developing into the professional game. Some of them will be passionate about a team that they've loved all their life. At Crystal Palace, my understanding is Gareth Southgate is a Red Devil. He's a Manchester United fan through and through. I never understand why so many Manchester United fans. Well, I can understand a little bit, but I can understand it wholeheartedly why Manchester United throws someone that's so passionate about football, has done so well, academy, breaking into first team, becoming the England captain, managing England, all that jazz. And he's really a Manchester United fan at heart. And then you've had other players, like apparently Keane, Roy Keane. Roy Keane is a Tottenham Hotspur fan at heart. Apparently, he's got a small a heart spot in his heart. I mean, who would you believe it? Roy Keane having a heart. I don't think he'll ever break up a fight in the changing room. I think he'll say, you know what, I'm joining in. And he'll dive in going, whoa, eye poke. But apparently Roy Keane he's got a soft heart for Tottenham Hotspur fans and the Tottenham Hotspur. And do you know what I mean? So there you go. There you go. So it wouldn't surprise me if some of these, the Liverpool, because when Dele Alli was probably growing up for a youth academy, people were probably shouting, Liverpool were coming. Steven Gerrard. Steven Gerrard. I mean, when he was at his top of his game, I thought he was better than Frank Lampard when he played for England. Different type of players, same position, but I think Stevie G was better suited for the England run. There was always a debate whether you can play the both of them together for England. We're looking at no. I'm having a drink for that. You're making me do this at not even near. No, in the space of the last 3 weeks, I've had Lyon, Nice, Barcelona, Manchester City fans talking about Jean-Philippe Mateta, and now because of the injury probably to Richarlison, Tottenham Hotspur fans are swimming out from the deep, from where they are in the Premier League now, and popping their head up and having a little take a bit of fresh air and saying we fancy a little bit of Jean-Philippe Mateta now as we're looking. Listen, everybody wants a striker. It wouldn't surprise me if the right project is in place at a club like Tottenham Hotspur. This is the other club that I've mentioned, Newcastle United. Real talk. The Newcastle United fans, they're probably wondering, they've got all this wealth, far exceeding the wealth of what Daniel Levy and all the major majority holders at Tottenham Hotspur. It makes them all look small fry. Real talk. And the Toon Army, the Newcastle United fans, are thinking, are we actually going to bid for something during this transfer window? We heard of Munoz as well. Listen, por favor, no, por favor, no más. No, el colombiano, Daniel Munoz, no. Ah, Dios mío. No, por favor. Listen. No. You're getting my blood pressure up now. No. If you want Daniel Munoz, I want Son and that youngster, that keeper that you've got. I'll have him. Not to play ahead of Henderson, but if he gets injured, I'd like this youngster that you've got in goalkeeper, in the goal. I think he's from Finland. What's the lad's name? He's really impressed me the way he's played for your team. No. Oh my God. Listen, if the right deal was there on the table, I know we're joking about it, but it will not surprise me that something can materialize. But as I say, I've only felt, the last transfer between the clubs. Let me Google it. It's been Wade Routledge. So these two clubs don't really do that much business. Hold on. Players transferred. I mean, the only thing I can think of going back from Wade Routledge is it's all the drama with Terry Venables. Before I became a Crystal Palace fan, I hear so much stories of Terry Venables, Tottenham Hotspur, and Crystal Palace. There was a lot of politics, a lot of a lot of between Crystal Palace versus Tottenham. Yeah, Wayne Routledge is the last one that comes up. Andrew Townsend. Oh my God, how can I forget Andrew Townsend? And that blinding goal is probably scored one of the most historical games for us. Spurs legend. Yeah, but I've read part of this book that there was so much history between Terry Venables back in the day and the people that owned Tottenham Hotspur back in. I think the proprietors, the custodians of Tottenham Hotspur during that period. So we're talking late 70s, mid 80s. Was very different to what you've got right now. Yeah, I don't know if it was Noakes at the time, before Noakes came in. But Andrew Townsend, yeah, he managed your Tottenham Hotspur, yeah. That's the type of England manager we need. I don't understand why they didn't go for Eddie Howe. Did you know that it's breaking news? The Daily Mail, Sky Sports, Talksport, they broke it yesterday. Tuchel is working from home in Germany, doing the England job. Absolute, I'm fuming with that. And he's on 7 to 6 mil. Wish someone would give me 6 mil. Wayne Routledge, there it is. There's 3 players: Andrew Townsend, Wayne Routledge, Emmanuel Abajo. Oh yeah, he did. He must have gone to you lot before he did that stint at Arsenal. And Stefan Everson and Chris Armstrong. Yeah, back in that was a striker that you guys used to have, Chris Armstrong, back in the day. I remember that. I think you got to a cup final with him back in the day. Adebayo, I think he didn't land it too well at your club or my club. Yeah, Terry Venables, mate. That's what we need back in running the England game. Right, let me go back to today's stories because I'm going to wrap it up. I've got to be somewhere at 4 o'clock. Oh, hello. There's some news coming out. Everyone is pointing to all the misses by Darwin Núñez of Liverpool. It's Leicester City versus Brentford. Thomas Frank has spoken to the media, and Brentford boss Thomas Frank on Leicester City. Nothing there. Why doesn't Tottenham Hotspur go in for Mbeumo from Brentford? That would add a different, and get Cunha from Watford. That would add different spice to that. Imagine those 3 up alongside Maddison. I suppose it's not as easy as that. Southampton versus Brighton. Oh my God, so Brighton are going to win this weekend. Oh, I can't deal with that. 2 weekends in a row, and Southampton and Brighton are going to get 2 wins. That's going to ruin my Saturday. I hope we win it away at Fulham. I'm just scanning through the news to see what they say, if there's any breaking news. Managers are starting to talk in the pre-match interviews. And Núñez misses. I think Slot has thrown Núñez underneath the bus. Instead of protecting him, he's just thrown him underneath the bus. I don't think even Tottenham Hotspur fans would have Darwin Núñez. Maybe. I don't think so. Was Villa draw? Right, I think that's going to be me for today. I need to thank absolutely everybody out there in the chat and anyone watching on playback. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at Diego C Palace. This has been, I think it's my third morning show, although it is free 24. But I've made an improvement because yesterday's morning show started at 7:30 in the evening and I finished like at midnight. So I've made an improvement. Thank you very much for getting me to 5 likes. I will be doing, if I can, definitely the watch alongs. Oh, hello, this is breaking news. Rangers, Steve RFC, if you're in the chat, I think you're a Rangers supporters here. This is interesting now. The San Francisco 49ers has their owners there. It looks like a takeover. This is a breaking article here on it's the Scottish chief sports writer on the BBC. Tom English is the gentleman's name. Get the name. So they've put the name of the reporter, and he goes on to say it's come out in the last 2 weeks. This is interesting. A takeover of Rangers involving the San Francisco 49ers investment wing is expected to be completed between April and June. Sources close to the negotiations have said there is a broad agreement. All right, so it hasn't gone through the lawyers yet. They're still talking between all parties, with current shareholders expected to sell all. All right, so it's all down to the share value there, of course, no doubt, and of part of the stake in the club in the incoming months. The prospective owners will acquire more than 50%. Oh, they're going to own it of Rangers share while taking on the debt. Right, so they're going to take the hit on the. So depending on the valuation of the share value, will incorporate taking on the debt of existing at Rangers. Much of it is owed to former chairman John Bennett. Yeah, so they need to pay that off back to the proprietor previously. The gentleman's name is Parag Marathe, the Leeds United chairman, and the force behind the 49ers investment. Oh, so he already owns Leeds United, or he's a chairman there. Investment got a 47ers in the NFL franchises is a key player in the Rangers takeover. So he's not just happy with Leeds United, he wants to own Rangers as well. He has been described by a source familiar with the negotiations as front and center. But there's a yet unnamed investor who is said to be influential in the deal. As Martha, also there's somebody else behind the lines that we don't know about. It's understood that David King, the largest individual shareholder in the club, is supported of the takeover. So that will help proceedings there. The South African-based businessman spoke last year on how he believed the investor footage. He said to the Scottish plug. All right, so it's not been rubber stamped. It's basically all parties concerned. They seem to be more or less on the same page there. I thought that they had actually got it over the line, but they haven't. Right, that's it. I'm gonna wrap up now because I need to go at 1:30. Please hit a like and subscribe at Diego C Palace. In the chat, I'm going to quickly thank everybody that has turned up. Thank you very much to Semic, also to Steve RFC, and to Damo1168, also to somebody else. Oh, I can't. It won't scroll up anymore. Big up Damo1168. Yeah. I'm going to wrap up now because I need to go and do like 4 things that I should have done this morning, like literally. And yeah, chin chin to you, son. It's a bit early today. Oh no, but who cares? Yeah, no, definitely. Just had a look, just in case you didn't hear it before. There is a youngster playing for Mittijad later on tonight. Apparently, both Leicester City and ourselves at Crystal Palace Francolino de Jeu, a 20-year-old striker. Apparently, he's got a bit of heat about him, and apparently, yeah, this youngster, he's playing in the Europa Cup for Maticland, and he's linked to our Crystal Palace. Does that mean that Jean-Philippe Mateta could be going to Barcelona or Lyon or PSG? I mean, it's like we're not going to have any players left at the beginning of literally of the next season. It's just absolutely, I'm losing it right now. I mean, we're nowhere near the transfer window, but literally, it's just not on. I'm trying to find this guy's name and I can't find it. Oh, I'll put it in the chat. There it is. So I'm going to try and watch it later on tonight, and I'll just repaste it so anyone can see the name. So my intentions later on tonight is going to be watch along first off with Claudio Ranieri's Roma versus Porto, and then I'm going to watch with interest La Real Sociedad versus Midtjylland, because Midtjylland have got a youngster, a 20-year-old that I've put in the chat there. What time it start? I have no idea. I think that's the 8 p.m. kickoff, the second one. How do you do this? School fixtures. Here we go. Roma starts at Porto starts at 17:45. That's a kickoff. And Real Sociedad versus Midtjylland is a 8 p.m. kickoff. Oh, so it's another late night. Oh, my days. So 8 p.m. kickoff. But apparently their main striker is a youngster, 20-year-old, and it's a more or less reliable source. It's a Danish a sporting outlet that is the source there. And normally they only come out with stuff like that when they've seen physically as part of the scouting team, either from Leicester City or Crystal Palace out there. I missed it. Daniel 90 Europa League draw tomorrow. Yes, I will do the watch along for that. I think it's around midday. Oh yeah, actually, can I just find out what channel is it on and what time? Right, let me just what time is the? Are they going to do the Champions League draw and also the UEFA? It's on TNT Sports. Thank you, Daniel. I just need to know the time. What time is the UEFA draw? Oh, I can't even spell. Tomorrow. Is it in the afternoon? Oh, 12 p.m. Yeah, it's at midday. So, yeah, I'll try and schedule things around my end just to see the reaction of the meltdown of Manchester United fans, Tottenham Hotspur fans, Rangers fans. They're going through a changeover right now. The San Francisco 49ers, it looks like they're going to be owning over 50% of Glasgow Rangers. It's not been rubber sealed. The lawyers haven't stamped it yet, but all parties concerned are apparently on the same accord. TNT, big up to TNT. Yeah. No, it's I've just checked it. It's at midday, so I'm gonna be available for that. I expect all Tottenham Hotspur fans, all Manchester United fans will be looking into that to see whom they're going to get against, and that's why I'm doing tonight's fixtures, because you get a little pulse on it. And Nuno, you never know. Sometimes you catch a player there that catches your eye, and they may be linked to your football club and thereabouts. That's going to be an interesting one day. Let's just have a look at, say, I'm going into the official webpage of the UEFA. Oh, here we go. So it's both. This is from the official webpage of UEFA.com, and it says the 2024-25 Manchester United and Tottenham, basically who know they are getting. Oh, right, so they already know. How do you know before the draw? Have you got? Well, you must be well connected. If you know, you know. All right, you know more or less with the two teams. I'll read your report. You seem to be better connected than the official webpage at UEFA. Respect to you, but not too much respect, because I need your Tottenham Hotspur to win against Brighton. You win against Brighton in the remaining game of this season, and then I'll give you 100% respect. I've already been let down by the Manchester United fans and by the Chelsea fans on not beating Brighton. So there you go. You ask them to do one thing, you can't deliver, the Manchester United fans or the Chelsea fans. Real talk. I'm going to get in trouble. Dan United says Manchester United and Tottenham basically know who they're getting. One gets either Galatasaray or AZ Alkmaar are 4-1 on aggregate against Fenerbahce tonight. And I think they're going through. I've got them to go through. And Galatasaray, going to Galatasaray is no small order, even if they've got Victor Osimhen there or not. Apparently they've got after tonight's game, they've got Galatasaray are facing Fenerbahce at the weekend, which is like the biggest derby in that country. For the Real, let me read this: Galatasaray vs Alkmaar game, or Real Sociedad versus Danish team. It's either one of them two, and Manchester United get the other one. I see. It depends where in the Europa League final. But then, mate, if we're able, mate, sorry, we're going to have to put our reserve squad up against Brighton, mate. Do you know what? You're laughing about it, but I think I expect Daniel Levy to send a little text or a little WhatsApp to Ange Postecoglou and say to him, listen, son, where we're going to end up in the Premier League, it's neither here or there, like literally numerically. I know it matters what level you finish in the Premier League and you get X amount of money, but the returns numerically from getting to that Europa League final and winning it completely puts what position you finish in the bottom 10 or mid-table in the Premier League. I'll be out for the birds. So, so I expect Daniel Levy to send a little WhatsApp message to Ange Postecoglou and say, listen, just put a weak team against Brighton. Oh, no, you can't. I need my Palace team to finish above Brighton. Unbelievable. Tottenham Hotspur fans, Chelsea fans, Manchester United fans, you asked them to do one thing, just beat Brighton. Absolute bottle jobs. Gonna get in trouble. It saves the season if we win it. Just put all your eggs in it. As I said, the race is between Ruben Amorim and Ange Postecoglou. Which of those two managers can get the most amount of injured first team squad players back fully fit for that final? And the manager that wins that race will probably already have one hand on that trophy. That's the race. Whether you finish mid-table, whether you finish above my Crystal Palace or not, is for the birds. That's the one that counts. In the UEFA official webpage, it says the 2024-25 UEFA's Champions League round of 16, the quarterfinals and semi-final draw takes place at 12 o'clock on Friday the 21st, which is tomorrow, February, at the House of European Football in Nyon in Switzerland. The top 8 sides in the league faces qualified automatically for the round of 16, where they are joined by the 8 winners of the 2-legged knockout phase playoffs, which are new to the competition of 2024-25. From the knockout phases playoffs onwards, the tournament is in a bracket with potential opponents in the round 16 quarterfinals and semifinals, also predefined by pairings, which are determined by teams' final league positions. So it is selectively organised. It's ready to go. But they're going to do the draw tomorrow for both the Champions League and the UEFA. For examples, teams that finish first and second in the league phases will face the winners of the knockout phases ties involving the 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th places, which teams are in the round of 16. Teams that finish third or fourth will be drawn against the winners of a knockout phase playoffs ties involving 13, 14. Oh, so that's why you're saying that. That's why you know more events, who you're going to play up against. It goes on. Oh, yeah, there is a picture here. Road to Munich. But this is the Champions League. Wish. Okay. And in the Manchester United Tottenham Hotspur. Right. They've just complicated it so much. It kind of hurts my head just looking at it. That's enough. I'm not going to read any more from there. It saves the season as well. All Tottenham players are back by March. The beginning or the end of March? Because there's a big difference. What's your schedule? How do I look at that? Oh, you know what, though? Hold on a minute. Where was I just looking at that? Where's the tab for that? What I was just looking at? Oh, I don't know where it is. I've got so many tabs open. I don't know where it was. That one? That one? Oh, I'll give up. Well, I can't find it anyway. Van der Ver and Romero. You get those two with Madison and Richarlison. That might give Ruben Amorim a run for his money in the final. Oh my God. I could just envision the meltdown from both Manchester United fans and Tottenham Hotspur fans out there in that final. It's like the world is going to stop for them. They need something out of this season. Oh dear. Oh my days. Hold on a minute. I'm just looking at something for you lot. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Oh no, you're not above my Crystal Palace in the Premier League. I take it back. I was wrong. You're actually above us at the moment. Just. Right, you said that you've got those players back in March. In February, you still got to play Ipswich Town and Manchester City. It's imperative you get 3 points at Portman Road on Saturday. That could be a slippery skin there. And Manchester City, I don't think you're going to get any points against Manchester City. I know you did a result over them. I know you're at home, but Manchester City, the great white shark is out now, like literally. That's on Wednesday. So this time next week, you'll know if you've won against Ipswich Town and Tottenham Hotspur. You'll be just getting up from a hangover. Hold on. Okay, you got two difficult ties in March. Just in the Premier League, you've got Bournemouth and Fulham. Going to Craven Cottage, we've got to go there next weekend. In the next few days, that's not going to be easy. And you've got a lot of games in April, besides everybody else. Random Barrett's process will be back for the second week in March. Please hit like and subscribe at DIEGO C Palace if you're new. Right, I definitely need to close it down now. But let's say Ange wins the Europa League. After all, players come back from injuries, he will be able to say, look at what the injuries and why he struggles so much. I don't think Ange Postecoglou has struggled with the injured players. He literally had nothing to struggle with. It was like an empty changing room. And I think you pointed it earlier on. it wasn't just the under-21s. You were playing under-17s at one point. I'm pretty sure you benched Ange Postecoglou had to pick 17-year-olds as well there, under-18s as well. That's what I'm trying to get at. So you're able to say it was injuries. It's why he struggled so much. I'm focused on the Europa League. We can't get relegated. No, I don't think. I've never thought that Manchester United or Tottenham Hotspur fans will get relegated this season. I mean, there was some sort of, clickbait and all that nonsense going on, whatever. No, you're not going down. We can't get Europa League. It's the Europa League. Apparently, I think you're the one, Daniel. You confirmed that in the Europa League, if you whoever wins the Europa League, they are guaranteed Champions League football next season. And the fallout from that, I expect that is what Ineos at Sir Jim Ratcliffe at Manchester United will be looking and heading towards for. And I expect a Tottenham Hotspur, in your example, what Daniel Levy, and I wouldn't have thought that Daniel Levy actually makes a decision on every single transfer. There's got to be someone at the football club that is appointed to do that. I expect there's a pecking order there, so there's got to be someone there that makes the decision, but they may need to just make Daniel Levy aware of the situation, I expect. But somebody else will be taking that selection of what players come in and go out, I suppose. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know how that works over there. Yeah, top seeding in the Champions League is what Europa League. Right, so they do. So that will completely that kind of worries me. Oh no, so if you or Manchester United get that, you ain't going to be just coming window shopping at Selhurst Park. Oh, my headache's starting to grow. Literally, we've got Daniel Munoz linked to Manchester City. We've got, I've heard the latest, it was Jean-Philippe Mateta to Barcelona. That gave me alarm bells, because when clubs like that come calling, the heads get turned. Barcelona, Lyon, Nice. Adam Walton is a wanted product, not just at Manchester City. And I wonder if Maddison has another season in him, or would they be looking to add squad in depth in the position that he plays? Oh my God, I don't even want to think about it. We're not going to have any players left. I mean, like, literally, come on. If we get Champions League, mate, we want to send Eze and Walton all the way up. Oh. I know. I'm looking. You didn't have to type it. You didn't have to put it there. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to. That's exactly what I was thinking. I don't even know how to find my happy face here. That's exactly what was on my mind there. Real talk. My headache's going that way now. Oh no. I mean, literally, that's not far off. But then, I'll tell you what, you can have Ebrieze and Adam Walton, but I like Song and your goalkeeper. Who's this lad if you got in the back? And I still want 55 mil plus add-ons. There you go. I bet you will not. You will refuse that. Where's Tottenham Hotspur? You guys are so far down the league. I have to keep scrolling downwards. Wait, I just want to look at something. Who's the name of this lad that you've got in the goalkeeper? He's made his debut. Lineups. No, it's not Vicario. It's the other lad. What's the other name? Kingsley. That's it. Finland lad. Yeah. So I want Kingsley. I want Song. in exchange for Ebrieze, Adam Walton, and you guys still have to pay Crystal Palace 55 mil plus add-ons. Take it or leave it. There you go. You can have Richarlison. Listen, no. He spent more time in the tattoo parlor because when these players get injured, all they do is they go to where they do their tattoos. Have you seen their arms and all their bodies? They've got tattoos everywhere. I think they're probably riding their Harley Davidsons and they got we've all seen Sons of Anarchy. Oh, do me a favor. That's the last. You know what? For the rest of the afternoon, I'm going to be thinking Spurs coming in for Ebrieze and Adam Walton. I'm not going to be able to get that to jar that out of my head. Oh, Ebrieze is gathering more momentum every day. Every day, there's more talk of that. What concerns me is that if Manchester United does win the Europa League, now I'm going to think in the Manchester United fans, they're going to be going into that. How about Timo? No, I don't want him. You guys have paid a lot of money for these players. You've got to back Daniel Levy. Back him. He's been spending for you, look. Come on. Listen to what Simon Jordan says on talksport. The Tottenham Hotspur fans are going, what? What? Their heads are exploding like mushroom clouds. Like, what? What is this Crystal Palace fan saying? Simon Jordan took some sense. Oh my days. Right, that is it. I'm going to wrap it up. I can't believe you lot are absolutely. Thank you very much for getting me to 6 likes. Anything not anywhere near his mates with Daniel Levy. Yeah, I mean, people are just jealous of it. To me, it's like neither here or there, but it really rattled the Tottenham Hotspur fans. That I've noticed that. Don't talk to me about him. I don't want to hear his name. Oh my days. Right, here we go. Hello. It's breaking news about Liverpool. Look, I'm always critical of Darwin Núñez in the sense that I just don't think that he will be able to elevate his game to the likes of, say, a player like they used to play for Liverpool, Robbie Fowler. I think off the ball, he does really good work, holding up the play, laying off the play, and also diverting space for other attacking players to get in. It's just on one with the keeper, Darwin Núñez, just, and also his positioning places sometimes whenever. That missed yesterday really bad. Yeah, but you see, it is the responsibility of a manager at a football club, regardless of the situation, to back him, to back the player in the media. And Arnold Slot is completely throw him underneath the bus. It's similar to what Mikel Arteta did to Pepe when he came into Arsenal. He absolutely threw him under the bus. So this is breaking news. It's an article by Harry Paul, the BBC sports journalist. Just 20 minutes, quoting, "I wasn't the best 3 weeks ago, and I'm not the worst now." So that's now Darwin Núñez has come out into the media, and because he's getting no backing from his manager, which I think is absolutely disgraceful. As much as I say that I wouldn't have Darwin Núñez in front of Jean-Philippe Mateta, there's not a long list of Tottenham Hotspur players that would want him at Tottenham Hotspur, or Manchester United fans would want him at Manchester United over Richarlison or even Rasmus Højlund as an example. So that is how Darwin Núñez framed the disappointment he experienced as Liverpool missed it. No, Liverpool didn't miss the chance. He missed the chance, but didn't miss the chance to 10 close clears in the Premier League title in Wednesday. That's his job. He's a number 9. His job is to come onto the pitch or start for Liverpool and score goals. End of. But the Uruguayan striker Wastefulness in front of goal is a persistent concern. Some he has joined an initial £64 million. Remember who brought him in, Liverpool fans? You're Jurgen Klopp. I know I'm going to get things thrown at me, but that's what it is. It's a fact of the matter is your scouts under Jurgen Klopp brought him in for none less of 64 mil in 2022. Again, read his head as a blazing over 6 yards at Villa Park. Yeah, you got back him specialist slot should be because it would ruin. Yeah, that's it. It's so with goalkeepers and strikers. Oh my days! Oh my days! Confidence is probably better if they've got a dodgy leg or or a back problem, whatever. They need to back the players, neither do this. And the second thing is that the people at the top of Liverpool will be saying, "Hold on a minute, Mr. Slot, you weren't here when we forked out 64 mil, and I expect that 64 million pounds does not include the wages that he's on right now. That's just the transfer fee. So you can probably double that in the duration of years of contract that he's still got. What's he still got? A year and a half, 2 years? He's only 1 month through Nunes stoppage time heroics in the 2-0, but he missed. His expected good values at 0.75. He's also left head coach Arnold Slot with a head, with his head in his hand. He later lamented the loss of 2 points. That's it. Even the media now are picking up the fact that Arnold Slot has thrown him underneath the bus. And I'm a neutral looking into the situation, and I'm thinking, what kind of a character is Arnold Slot? Because the fact of the matter is, that is a £64 million. That's not small fry. £64 million. Kind of the range of value of players that Tottenham Hotspur go in the transfer market and bring in. 64 million is no small fry. And Arnold Slot has just walked into Liverpool. Yes, he's top of the Premier League, top of the Champions League qualifying stages. But literally, he's absolutely thrown him underneath the bus. I would not be surprised in the least if his agent, whoever the agent is for Darwin Núñez, said, "Get me out of here. This manager's just thrown me." Yesterday, after he missed a turn, yeah, I saw it live, and also the reaction of Arnold Slot. What he should be doing, instead of feeling sorry for himself that his striker has missed the opportunity, he should be out there going, "Come on, keep at it." That's what a good coach, that's what a good manager does for a player that is not delivering at the abilities that he will probably want to deliver on the pitch. I think he went too early to Liverpool in his career. And there's a player there, but he's not going to reach. He just looks too young and immature for that position of number 9 for Liverpool. He goes on to say, "If I fall, I get up." But what the stats say about Núñez, it goes on to say, "I don't do stats. I do what I see on the pitch." Off the ball, I've seen Darwin Núñez at Selhurst Park, and I've been there watching what he does off the ball. And to me, I feel that his positioning whilst off the ball, whilst waiting for the ball to come in, is not in sync from Schloberschleit, perhaps looking down the lines to feed the ball through, or also should what's his name, Luis Diaz bombing it down the left, or Mo Salah on the right hand side, whipping those dangerous balls in around the back of the Crystal Palace left back or right back. Darwin Núñez in the middle. He just doesn't position himself in the appropriate position, and that's why he doesn't score against us. His finishing is too erratic for the Premier League. That's absolutely shocking. That tells me a lot about the character of Arnold Slot. I would have given credit to Arnold Slot. It's after that miss he would have went to the media and says, no, Darwin Núñez is my player. I see things in training that he's not been able to deliver on match day, and I'm going to work with him. I'm not going to give up on him. That will speak to me more volumes of the character of Arnold Slot. Liverpool fans, I know if there's some of you listening to me, that message is to you lot. What type of manager have you got that he's just literally thrown this player under? And I'm critical about your Darwin Núñez, but I'm not a Liverpool fan, and I'm not a Liverpool manager, and I'm certainly not that individual at Liverpool that forked out 64 mil for the lad a few years ago, and since then that's not including the wages that they've been paying him, and all that jazz. So for me, that tells me that Arnold Slot has this much iota of concern of how much Darwin Núñez delivers for him on match day. He's got to back the player. He's got to back the player. And if he's not doing that, I'm thinking to myself, Liverpool fans out there, who have you got on that bench that is a better option to come on as a substitute as a number 9? And if you haven't got a replacement, then why is your manager throwing him underneath the bus? It's not the time to do it. Not the time to do it. That's mad. That's absolute. I'll be fuming if my manager threw a player underneath the bus like that. I'll be saying, nah, mate, you need to back your player, good or bad, and work with him in training, especially as what Daniel 90 says in the chat, with strikers, with goalkeepers. It's all about confidence. I'm not even going to look at these stats. I don't like looking at stats. I look at what I see live on the pitch. No doubt he's a favourite of the Liverpool fans because of the work rate that he does. And I give him that. I'll give him that because I've seen it live at Selhurst Park. That he doesn't not put a shift in. Wow, that's harsh. That is harsh. Harry Kane. There you go. There you go. Do you know what? Harry Kane was linked before Sir Alex Ferguson. I think he was linked up there, and he never made that leap from Tottenham Hotspur to Manchester United. Because I think I'm right in saying that. I've got to stop drinking this stuff at this time of the day. I'm pretty sure that Sir Alex Ferguson was interested in Harry Kane way before he actually signed his last signing in Wilfried Zaha. I think I'm right in saying that. So why didn't Daniel Levy then, if he was in charge of your Tottenham Hotspur, why didn't he release it? Was the exchange of the fee not suitable to Harry Kane is a number 10 and the number 9 combined, he's got 98 goals. Harry Kane is a very good striker. He's got to be. I think you could argue, is Harry Kane more difficult to defend against or Erling Haaland? That will be an argument. That will be a discussion there that will go into long hours. He's got 95 goals involvement in 70 games for Bayern. Yeah, he's absolutely lit in bits. But even with that record for Bayern Munich, had Vincent Kompany lost against Celtic, made no mistake, even though they're top of the Bundesliga, they would have got released. They would have got rid of Vincent Kompany because the final is in their home yard of the Champions League. To go out so early out in the thing. So apparently he's got like a facial injury. He got hurt in the face the previous match. And I could be wrong in there, but I think that is part and parcel of it. Do you know what? If Harry Kane does leave Bayern Munich, why doesn't Tottenham Hotspur re-sign him back? You're not going to get a bad player. You're not going to get somebody that doesn't understand the fabric and the identity of your football club. Kenny Clear is Haaland. Might be my bias, but the only thing Kane doesn't have is the pace. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, I get that, because I think sometimes Erling Haaland does some madness, like kung fu madness kicks and all that to get the ball, and you're thinking, how is that even possible? Like jumping up in the air, lifting his leg out there. Doesn't have the pace. He's the English striker since Jimmy Greaves. Yeah, Jimmy Greaves. I absolutely loved Jimmy Greaves as a youngster. I used to run home to listen to him talk on talksport and all that. Back in the day, Jimmy Greaves and what was the other gentleman with the long chin? Jimmy. What was the other guy? He passed away before Jimmy Greaves. And Jimmy Greaves, if you go to Chelsea Stadium, if you stand in front of, say, the stadium is in front of you, and the club shop is to your left, just walk towards the club shop. Of course, don't go into the club shop if you're not a Chelsea fan. But just behind you there's a brick wall, and that's called the shed end. It's the original shed end wall. And there you will find a plaque of Jimmy Greaves. And I've actually taken a photo of that because he was my favourite. That was a real football pandit right back in the day. But I think he'll be known for not being able to go to the World Cup in the 1966. And there was a bit of politics behind that. He didn't get picked, I think, for that final. Harry Kane, Jimmy Greaves. Harry Kane and Jimmy Greaves, between them, scored 500 goals. There you go. There you go. Tottenham Hotspur. But he always used to talk so well about football, and no bias for either team, but he spoke, he articulated football, like Motzi, like John Motson. He didn't try to be neutral. He just let it out, and we don't get pundits like that anymore. He did go to the World Cup, mate. Oh, he did. I thought I read somewhere. Oh no, he didn't get picked then for the final game. No, I think you're wrong about that. Oh, he scored 4 goals. All right, I take it back. You know your stuff. He was injured. Okay. Oh, can you imagine that? Can you imagine that, having that kind of goal scoring record at club level and for England, and in the most important game probably in his whole life, that happens to you? Oh my day. But he was absolutely brilliant. I absolutely loved him, listened to him as a youngster. I would watch um, 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 because Greaves got injured. Jeff Hurst only started the final because Greaves got injured in the semi-finals. Oh, right. So that means, he got injured in the semi-finals, not in the quarterfinals. Can you imagine that? But at least he was there. He probably would have been on the bench, and he lived it. Yeah, I expect Jimmy Greaves to have been a professional at the time and just took it on the chin, and being there supportive of the winning 1966 winning side to get it over the line. So it wouldn't surprise me. But as I say, there's a lot of history there with him. Yeah, they don't make it like that anymore. Jimmy Greaves only got his World Cup medal until 10 years ago because he missed the final. That's ridiculous. But in those days, the status quo and the work of order in the international game, and probably domestic stuff as well, a bit of a old boys club, if you were, and they wouldn't go around those. If you have performed in the World Cup for your country, and the country that you represent ends up winning the the because clearly he must have fielded in the knockout stages and also in the quarterfinals. Probably he deserves to have a medal. He had to get special permission from the FIFA to get a winner's raffle. I mean, that's just disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. At least he's got it. You know what? I suppose the medal is important as a point of principle, but real fans like yourself, Daniel 90, and people who have experienced watching him play football, because I never did, the fact that we're talking about him, the legacy of him lives on. And I find it absolutely irritating when modern football players, professional football players, are not interested on former players that used to play in the position where they go to that football club. So I would like to think that Richarlison at Tottenham Hotspur will be thinking of what a great legend of Tottenham Hotspur, Jimmy Greaves, done for Tottenham Hotspur back in the day under probably more difficult circumstances, because they certainly weren't on the wages that they're on right now. He got about 10 years before he passed away. Yeah, they don't. It's yeah, you're gonna get me all teary eye. But real talk is that's one of the memories that I have as a youngster back in the day, watching him. And what's the other one? What's the other guy's name? I'm gonna Google it now because I won't be able to move on from it. How do I do it? Jimmy Greaves co-hosted with Ian St. John's. That's who it was. Ian St. John. Ian St. John and the late Ian St. John and Jimmy Greaves. Those two talking about football has to be my earliest memory of football back in the day. Yeah, it's typical. It's tough. It's got to be all that they've done for football. And Saints and Greavesy, that's what it was. Saints and Greavesy. That was the television show back in the day. That is what I remember watching as a youngster. That's what kind of yeah. The other one that had a difficult time was it QPR? Ray Willington, I think it's no, not Ray Willington. Yeah. I can't find out where it is. Was before my time. Right, well, there you go. If you talk about to anyone that you know that's older than you, I remember as a young kid, so much that I've forgotten that, but I've never forgotten Greavesy, Ian St. John's, and he was, I tell you, man, it was bigger than Match of the Day. Because they just talk football, they talk directly. They weren't afraid of talking, and there's a borderline of criticizing, I expect, as an ex-professional football player or ex-professional manager on another professional that is actually in the game. And there's a line, must have loved it. There you go. If your mum's still about, ask her about it, and I bet you she'll tell you about it. Those two were brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And you can probably see I'm Googling. You can probably get previous episodes on YouTube, no doubt. Right, I've got to go at 1:30. Yeah, as I say, I think players in the modern game, they should be looking at, for example, I'll give an example. At Crystal Palace, the number 8 position is owned at the moment, if you like, by Jefferson Lerma. And where's my oh, I don't know what I've done with it. Let me just show you something. don't know what I've done with it. No, I can't find it now. Oh, there it is. I found it. I found it. I found you. There, look. This top. This is the top. Well, not the exact top, but this is the top of Crystal Palace, the number 8 position, which Jefferson Lerma, the Colombian international, now plays in. And this used to be worn, not this particular type, not this one. But that was worn by none other than Steve Kemba at Crystal Palace. And I caught up with him, not the last game, but the previous game to that at home at Selhurst. Caught him, he was there next to his missus. And I politely asked him for a selfie. But Steve Kemba, he was the number 8. He used to play alongside or up against, when I think in his time, at that time, when Steve Kemba was a player for Chelsea, he'll be playing up against the Manchester United sides of Bobby Charlton, of the Bugsby, and all those players sort of thing back in the day. And I think it's important that players know that what type of players played in their roles and what they gave back to the football club. And when I hear professional football players publicly saying, "Oh, I'm not interested about the past of what players were there and who was there," I'm thinking, really? Well, the reason why you've got a job at the moment playing for that football club is because of the previous players that played in your positions, probably in more difficult circumstances. Just be a bit respectful. Big up to Paul Brady. All right, Diego, just popped in to give you a plug. Yeah, no, I've got to wrap it up because this is supposed to be a morning show. I did start it at 11:30, so I've improved from yesterday. Yesterday's morning show started at 7:30 in the evening. Today I've started at 11:30. I'll try and make an improvement for tomorrow, leading up to, of course, that midday draw for Manchester United fans, Tottenham Hotspur fans, Liverpool fans, and all that in the Champions League, and of course in the Europa League, and Chelsea fans in the Conference League, a tournament that's forever. I reckon also should paint older days shirts this season to respect to the olden days. That's a big one. That's the story. I'm going to pin that. That's the comment. That is the comment of the draw of the thing. Oh my God! I nearly banned you. Oh my God! I've got to be so careful with this mouse. I nearly removed you completely. Replace pin comment. I nearly completely removed you from the system, Daniel. That's the comment. Absolutely. Learn the fabric and the identity of your football club, especially if you're playing a given position, because they'll be watching you from the stands. It's a bit of respect. It's not just a bit of respect. It's the least they can do. Right. I'm sure the majority of professional football players are respectful of the people who have played in their positions, and the same situation for managers. But there's still one or two out of them that go out and they do their talking on Instagram rather than on the pitch. And I'm thinking, just don't come anywhere near my club because I will call you out. I don't like that when they do that. Right, thank you very much for tuning in. A massive thank you to Daniel90, Paul Brady, they're dropping in. Thank you very much for getting me to 7 likes. This has been, I think, the 3rd morning football show with Diego C Palace. I did start it in the morning, but it is 4:18 in the afternoon. I'm going to call it an afternoon. Thank you very much, Daniel90, Paul Brady, Steve RFC, who else was in there? Damo1168, and Simic there as well. I think that rounds it up. Thank you very much. Oh man, you guys are amazing me to get to 8 likes. That's mad. I just a regular 8-hour stream. It's supposed to be a morning show. My objective is to do a morning show, say start at 8 o'clock or 9:30. And just do it for an hour or a bit. But Yeah, it's gonna have 4 hours. Oh my days, it's nearly 5 hours. Oh my right, I need to go late that. I can't late that. I've got to go do so many things and get ready. I've got to go do the thumbnails for the evening thing. I've been told to do better thumbnails, so I've got to improve that. I've got homework. Big up to Daniel 90, and yeah, just wear your lucky clothing tomorrow for the noon European draw. Good luck to you in your Spurs lineup against who you're going to get. Hope you get who you want. And but I still think it'll be Manchester United fans versus Tottenham Hotspur fans in the Europa League final. Which manager gets their injured players back to fully fitness before that final? That's the race that will win them that European silverware. Will it be Tottenham Hotspur fans or will it be Manchester United fans lifting that trophy? I'll leave you on that note. Please hit like and subscribe at DIEGO C Palace. And please set your notification bells on. And I'll catch you up later on this evening or this afternoon for the live watch along in the Europa Conference, both of those two competitions. Thank you for watching and catch you up all later on. Thank you, everyone in the chat. And thank you for getting me to 8 likes. That's mad. That's at Blue Seeds. Thank you. Take care later on. Catch you later.